Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. I'm going to need 6 people to volunteer in case we need help counting. So if a couple of people could come up and just jot their names down real quick. I'll need 6 volunteers. I should so far be able to handle the amount of people here and count them. But in case we do, I'd like a few volunteers so we could help out. Same crew always. Yep. Which I appreciate. Thank you. It's just fingers. That's all we need. Okay. I believe the Girl Scouts are going to help me out on this one. Would you all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Lynn, before you sit, I'd like to introduce Lynn. No, you guys can sit. Sorry. That was just for Lynn to stand. I wanted to quickly introduce Lynn Kelly, our new clerk. Welcome. With that, I want to remind you as well to turn off your cell phones. Do not remind me what the Bruins score is if it comes up. Hopefully we'll be out of here by then. And there will be one quick change on Article 27. You will see me step down because there's a conflict of interest. It's about the moderator term. Rich will step up, run that for that quick second, and then we'll transition back. Yes, you will. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Stuna.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Welcome, everybody. Thank you for attending our town meeting. First thing I'd like to do this year is start with giving a big shout out to the fire department. So I'm going to call the Harvard Fire Department up to the front. And having the fire department here serves 2 purposes. The first is last year was their 100th anniversary, so this year is their 101st anniversary, but we didn't give them a real proper shout out last year, so I wanted to thank them, and we're one of the few towns that really has a very successful volunteer fire department, and we shall be very grateful for that, especially for the great job that they do. And the second part is we have a citizen of note, and this year we're drawing the citizen of note from the Harvard Fire Department ranks. So with that, I'd like to introduce Lieutenant Charles Nigzis to come up and do that.
Joseph Anthony Shaw was born and raised in Harvard, Mass., but is better known to people throughout the area as just Tony. He and his sisters were raised by their parents in a modest home on Cruff Lane, surrounded by fields and forests. It is here where Tony learned a love for the outdoors, which has become central to his life. This, combined with Tony's natural attraction to all things mechanical, and was encouraged by his father, Tony learned at a young age how to disassemble and repair all sorts of small equipment. After graduation from Bromfield, Tony started an equipment repair shop, which quickly grew, requiring that he move to a larger building on Air Road. After many years at this location, Tony and his wife, Lisa, bought and moved to a larger building just over the town line at the Air Rotary, which they continue to operate along with the help of their 3 children. Of course, Tony's interest drew him to the Harvard Snowmobile Club, where he's served a variety of roles over the years, including club president. In late fall, Tony and the other members can be seen throughout Harvard, clearing the trails and then grooming them after snowstorms. Their efforts allow all residents of Harvard to enjoy safe walks throughout the many conservation trails. Always friendly and helpful and wanting to give back to the community he loves, Tony joined the Harvard Fire Department in 1981. His mechanical aptitude was quickly realized, and he was promoted to be the driver of Engine 5. Tony was promoted again in 1991 to the rank of lieutenant. During times of major weather events, Tony never hesitates to provide the fire department with additional saws or on-the-spot equipment repairs to allow us to help open the roads and provide safety to the residents of Harvard. Over his 40-plus years, Tony has served the town of Harvard. He has also been active in the Fire Department Association in events as the much-loved annual turkey raffle. He's been our muster team's captain for more years than anybody can remember. In addition, he's always the first to volunteer to make sure that Santa and Mrs. Claus arrive safely in town on the back of a fire truck for the Christmas parade. As a senior member of the fire department, Tony's knowledge of the town continues to be a major asset. For his dedication and commitment to the town over a lifetime, the town of Harvard is proud to select Tony Shaw as its 2022 Citizen of Note.
So thank you very much, everybody. Harvard is my home. I've lived here forever, went through Bromfield, have done business with you all, have seen a lot of you in fire calls and fire situations, and I've really enjoyed being part of this town forever, and it'll always be my home. So thank you all very much.
So on behalf of the Harvard Select Board and the town of Harvard, I want to make Joseph Anthony Shaw our Citizen of Note for 2022. Congratulations, Tony. And thank you to the Harvard Fire Department for getting Tony here, because I know it would be hard on a Saturday, so appreciate it.
No, I got to do a few things first. So I can ask you. So, Town Clerk, are the call for the meeting and the return for service in order? Thank you. A couple of guest speakers that may speak today that are non-voters. We have Jared Mullane, Tim Bragan, Attorney Mark Lanza, Chief Richard Sicard, Jeffrey Hayes, Debbie Thompson, Tim Kilhart, Ingrid Nielsen, Patrick Harrington, David Nicholson, and Chief James Babu. With that, I believe we're ready for Article 1. Okay.
Mr. Moderator, Stu Sklar, Scott Rowe, Chair of the Select Board. I move the town hear the reports of the Select Board, School Committee, and any other officers or committees that may be ready to make a report and act thereon. Thank you.
It's been seconded. Okay, Article 1. So I believe Climate, Board of Health, and Select Board were the three that were ready for reports today.
So, Climate, you want to come on up?
Come on up.
My name's Ellen Sachs-Leitcher.
Can't hear you. Closer.
Gotta go closer. Ellen Sachs-Leitcher, I think some of you know me. No? Is it not on? I can't scream. Got it? Okay? All right, I'm not gonna kiss the thing. How much closer? Okay, now?
Oh.
Something's crazy. I'm like on top of it. I broke it.
Is it broken?
Okay, now.
There we go.
Yay! Thank you. As you can tell by my shirt, I'm the chair, Ellen Sachs-Leitcher. I'm the chair of the Harvard Climate Initiative. This is a new committee. It's not in your annual report, although we did pass out, and hopefully you saw we put an addition in there because we weren't formed until this year. So this is based on the town's climate resolution, which was approved last year at special town meeting in October, and we thank the town for having approved that climate resolution. So I want to give you a little bit of background on what we've done. I also have someone here from the Bromfield Green Team who's going to speak as well. Okay, so the Select Board established our committee in January this year. We report to the Select Board, and we're charged with the task of helping Harvard address climate change. Here's a little background of what we've been doing, and again, the handout has some of that. We are now in the process of drafting a Town of Harvard Climate Action Plan that will lay out our goals and actions the town can take, both municipal government and for residents. It will have goals and actions that are implementable and achievable, and we're presenting our approach and examples at the Select Board this coming Tuesday, and we hope to have public comment late in June, to have it open for public comment. We're reaching out to town residents. Most of you might not know that our buildings, our homes and businesses, and our transportation, mostly our cars, make up 90% of our greenhouse gases. So this is the areas that we want to focus on. We want to find ways to reduce these emissions. So we hope, I don't know if you all saw in the paper, and if you attended, we hosted our first successful Earth Day last weekend. Or was it 2 weekends ago? 2 weekends ago. And we had approximately 250 residents participate. It's a great learning experience on how to electrify our homes, electrify our vehicles and our equipment, put solar on our homes, plant native species, reduce our waste. And I want to thank all the people who were involved in that. We had 15 host homes and farms. I want to thank the General for hosting us, and I want to thank the Harvard Press for writing quite a bit about it. Our electricity in this town, I don't know how many know, is 100% renewable if you've joined what the Energy Committee has done. The Harvard Energy Advisory Committee, if you haven't been part of that, we encourage you to participate. It's all wind energy, so it's not fossil fuels. That helps in a lot of ways. We've launched the Harvard Energize program. This is a program where residents can set household goals and actions to reduce their carbon footprint, and we'd love to see more people in town take part of that. The Green Team has actually been promoting that at the school with families. And then we collaborate with the Green Team. So I'm going to let Michelle Bunny say a few words about what the Green Team's doing, and then I'm just going to wrap it up with a few thoughts on how to get people involved.
Thank you. I'm from the Bromfield Green Team, and at the Green Team, we see ourselves as more than a school club. We're a group of committed citizens who, just like you, want what is best for our town and for the greater world. and we believe that combating climate change needs to happen now in order to preserve our future. And organizations like Harvard's Climate Initiative and the Green Team are local initiatives that are really helping that happen, helping stop global warming. So what we're trying to do is make you realize that small actions make a big impact, and even though we don't have control of the future, we do have control of today, and the choices that we make today will affect the events of tomorrow. So if we can collectively move forward as a town that is climate conscious, we can be a beacon for that change. We can inspire other communities to make those changes, and we can help preserve the earth for many, many future generations. Thank you.
Michelle didn't say what the Green Team has actually done, and I'm just going to add a few words. They brought back composting at the high school and middle school. They've just replanted the native gardens in front of Bromfield because there was invasive species there. They did that with the garden club. They've been involved with our Harvard Energize, right? And they've also put up signs around Bromfield to get the cars to stop idling. So there's quite a bit that they've been working on, and they have a lot more coming. So let me wrap up quick so I don't take a lot of time. So what I ask of everyone today, if you're on a board or a committee where policy or decisions or projects are being made, we hope you will kind of think about asking the questions to help protect our natural resources and to protect our environment. So if you sit on those boards, we hope you raise those questions. This is something that the Climate Initiative is working on. We're working on a checklist to kind of help people out. We attend a meeting, the same thing. Ask those questions, you know, make sure you know what's happening and whether it's has any impact on climate. Check out our website. That's on the form I handed out. If you have an idea, please bring it to us, help us with it. We have a lot of work going on the Harvard Climate Initiative. Thank you.
Thank you. Board of Health?
Libby Levison, Old Shirley Road, Board of Health. Sharon McCarthy, East Bear Hill Road, Board of Health. So the Board of Health just wanted to come today to thank last year's town meeting for voting yes on last year's Article 4, which allocated the Board of Health $7,000 to monitor the quality of the water for human health at the town beach. We're happy to tell you that despite monitoring last year's harmful algae bloom, we spent less than $5,000 of that money, and the remaining funds will be returned to the town at the end of this fiscal year. And we now also have that as a permanent budget line in our budget, so we can continue to monitor water quality every summer. We use those funds for a couple of different things. To send water samples to an accredited lab to test for the presence of cyanobacteria from late July into September. When the cyanobacteria counts get high enough, we send water samples to a lab to test for toxins. And we use those funds to purchase sign, including creating this gorgeous dial sign, which will soon be mounted at the town beach, so everyone will know if it's safe to go into the water or not. And for all of you scientists out there, we also purchased a screening instrument, it's called a fluorometer, which allows us to have results in one day about the water quality and will allow us to protect health just a little bit more effectively. The fluorometer does not replace accredited lab tests, but it's just an additional tool in the arsenal and will allow us to better judge when we should do the costly accredited lab tests. So if you want to know more, we have developed a water quality testing protocol for how and when we monitor water quality at the town beach. The 2022 version is currently being reviewed by our collaborating boards, Pond Committee, Parks and Rec, Harbor Master, Select Board got it. And as soon as that's finalized, it will be on our website. None of us were happy about last year's algae bloom and the no swimming advisory. But Bear Hill Pond was one of over 50 ponds and lakes across Massachusetts that had harmful algae blooms in 2021. And the Board of Health will be monitoring water quality at the town beach this summer going forward. It's sort of appropriate that I'm getting to speak after the Climate Initiative did. The one last thing is please sign up to get news and alerts from the Board of Health. You can do that on the town website. While I would love to stand here and answer every single question you have, that's not what you want to do. So send us an email and we'll answer your questions for you. And thank you so much.
Thank you. Is it just you?
Is there another board?
Does the school committee have? Nope, just you? Yep. Thanks.
Mr. Moderator, Stu Sklar, Scott Road, Select Board. Select Board had a busy year. And what I always like people to keep in mind is that the Select Board is the executive branch, and this is the legislative branch, and we're not always in harmony, but mostly we are. Our power really flows from what this body does. And in Harvard, or in most of New England for that matter, we really require a lot for democracy to work. Not only you have to vote here, you actually have to volunteer and come here and be the legislature. So again, I really do thank you all for coming on this gorgeous day, and it was maybe not the easiest thing to do to get away from planting those flowers, but thanks again for doing that. So this year, with significant personnel changes we had two very significant changes. Our police chief of 18 years, Chief Ed Denmark, retired, and he was replaced with someone from the department who is our sergeant, James Babu, who's now the chief. And that was done after an exhaustive search. We included many community stakeholders in the process to make sure we got someone that would work well for the town. And the Select Board is very excited about Chief Babu's tenure, and we're looking forward to it. And again, once in 18 years is a pretty stable position. And as the town moderator already introduced Lynn Kelly, I'm going to say Lynn is replacing a position at town clerk that we don't replace very often, and we're excited about her. We think she's doing a great job so far, and we wish her great success in running our town meeting and our town government, because she's the gatekeeper of things working well in town. Now, moving on to capital projects, because of votes that this body took, we were able to get the Council on Aging a new home that should be opening in October? January. Oh, sorry. Next January. It's undergoing renovations as we speak or shortly. Shortly. Pending this body voting on it, positive on Article 23, we're going to be adding solar cells to the roof of the Council on Aging, because it's a great building to have solar on. We also started the process for a new aerial truck for the Harvard Fire Department that probably won't be delivered till 2024, but these things take a while to get built, and it's going to serve us very well, and we still have one for the time being. And then under the Select Board's auspices, but really directly related to the War Monument Restoration Committee, we rededicated the World War II monument on the southeast corner of the Common. So that's, if you haven't seen that, I think you should check it out. It's going to be around for a long time because it's made out of granite. All right, so public safety. We've had the biggest complaint I know my board's received over the years has been speed limits. So really due to two of my members pushing very hard, Cara Minar and Aaron McBee, we have submitted a home rule petition for lower speed limits on many roads in town, and I believe the legislature's having a hearing on that next week. So if that's a positive outcome, hopefully by the end of the summer we'll start seeing speed limit signs in roads that people have complained most about. And pending votes today, we're trying to get new radar signs that will give the Harvard Police Department better data on what times of day people are speeding, so we can have appropriate enforcement then and really try to slow people down on little country roads. We've been working on resolving the town center water supply. We have a temporary fix in place for the time being, and we're working on resolving a permanent solution because we're down to only one well, which is not good practice. And then from an administrative standpoint, finally, we have the Five Sparks lease. We've renewed that, and that lease is starting June 1st for a 5-year period. The roof, as you might have seen, is being replaced right now. So it's being replaced with a slate roof, and it's the original roof that's on there. So it's roughly 135 years old, the roof that's being replaced. And that is the building that's on our town seal. So we're excited about getting that done. The Brownfield House has resolution in that we have a long-term plan to sell the house, and our short-term plan is to lease it for about 12 to 18 months to Afghan allies that have been displaced and are now in the United States, and they'll be hopefully using that shortly as temporary housing. We formed the Climate Resiliency Working Group, as you heard from Ellen. We've hired a consultant for best use of ARPA funds. We've updated the select board policies. We've kept the town one voting precinct. You'd be surprised, this happens periodically. They count they count the prison and Devons in our population. They want us to be 2 precincts, which could cause all sorts of issues, but we're still 1 precinct. And last but not least, and this is very important to everyone as a long-term resident, we're still the only town in Worcester County with a AAA credit rating. Where's Jared? That's correct still, right? And that really does lower our borrowing costs for buildings like across the street or the fire truck or whatever the case may be. So having that AAA credit rating really does help us a great deal. And that's the end of the select board report.
Excellent. Thank you, Stu. Forgot to mention, you all got these when you came in. This is what we vote with. This requires a majority vote. All those in favor to pass the annual reports? All those opposed? That passes unanimously. Thank you. Article 2.
Mr. Moderator, Stu Sklar, Scott Road. I move the town approve the collective bargaining agreement between the town and AFSCME 93, Harvard DPW, dated March 22nd, 2022, which has been approved by the union and the select board, and transfer $53,704 from the general stabilization account to pay for the cost of funding said agreement for fiscal years 2021 and 2022.
It's been seconded. Any discussion? Okay, this is a 2/3 vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? This passes unanimously. Thank you. Article 3.
You're really going to see someone else than me speak, by the way. Okay. I move... Stu Sklar, Scott Road, Select Board. I move that the town approve the collective bargaining agreement between the town and the police union dated March 14th, 2022, which has been approved by the union and the Select Board, for which funds are appropriated in Article 6 of this town meeting. Warrant to fund the first year of the contract.
It's been seconded. Any discussion? This requires a majority vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? This passes unanimously. Okay, Jennifer. Article 4.
Good afternoon, Mr. Moderator. I move, Jennifer Finch, Codman Hill Road, Chair of the Finance Committee. I move that the town transfer $24,662 from the fiscal year 2021 certified free cash account to the general stabilization account in accordance with Chapter 17, Section 17-4 of the Town Code.
It's been seconded. Any discussion? Okay, this requires a majority vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? This passes unanimously. Article 5.
Still me, Jennifer Finch, Codman Hill Road, Chair of the Finance Committee. I move that the town transfer $1,745,074 from the fiscal year 2021 certified free cash account to the capital stabilization and investment account in accordance with Chapter 17, Section 17-4 of the Town Code.
It's been seconded. Any discussion? This is a majority vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? This passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. Stu, Article 6.
Long time. Stu Sklar, Scott Road, Chair Select Board. I move that the town vote to appropriate $31,586,510 to defray the expenses of the town for fiscal year 2023 as printed in the Warrant and Finance Committee report for the 2022 annual town meeting on pages 36 through 40, and that said appropriation be provided as follows. Raise and appropriate $31,147,098. Library expendable trust fund transfer of $5,000. Harvard Cable TV cable access receipts reserve transfer for $83,700. Devon's fund transfer for debt $200,000. Community preservation fund transfer for debt $49,988. Board of Health Title V septic betterment for debt $11,529. Sewer Betterments Fund transfer for debt, $92,195. So total appropriation is $31,586,510, with any remaining funds at the end of the fiscal year being returned to their funding source.
It's been seconded. Any discussion? This is a majority vote. All in favor? All opposed? This passes by majority. Article 7.
Hi, Erin McBee, Littleton Road, Select Board. I move that the town appropriate $27,000, well, $27,004 to supplement the amount appropriated under Article 6 of the warrant for the 2022 annual town meeting for salaries and wages of non-school officials and employees in order to fund performance-based wage adjustments for fiscal year 2023, and that said appropriation be provided by raising $27,004 by taxation.
It's been seconded. Any discussion? All those in I'm sorry, this is majority vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? This passes unanimously. Article 8.
I move that the town appropriate $28,357 to be added to funds already appropriated under Article 6, line number 44 of $31,586,509, the warrant for this annual town meeting to create the new position of Assistant Director for the Council on Aging, with said funds to be expended by the COA Director, which new position shall be included in future budgets if so approved, and that said appropriation be provided by raising $26,357 from taxation.
It's been seconded. Any discussion?
Nick Brow, Still River. Aaron, you read the amount as $26,357. It should be $28,000.
Good catch.
I just wanted to confirm which number is correct. Yes, thank you. That it should be. Should I read it again?
Please read it again.
I move that the town appropriate $28,357 to be added to funds already appropriated under Article 6, line number 44 of $31,586,509, the warrant for this annual town meeting, to create the new position of Assistant Director for the Council on Aging, with said funds to be expended by the COA Director, which new position shall be included in future budgets if so approved, and that said appropriation be provided by raising $28,357 from taxation. Thank you.
It's been seconded.
Paul Green, Old Littleton Road. Mr. Moderator, I'd like to inquire how many hours per week are we funding for this position?
So 30? Sorry, I'm sorry. It's currently, there's a part-time position. This will make that position a full-time 40-hour per week position.
Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you. Any other discussion? Okay, this is a majority vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? This passes by majority. Article 9.
I move that the town appropriate $39,807 to create the new administrative assistant position for the land use boards to be expended by the town administrator, and that these funds be added to line number 13 of the budget, Gesundheit, passed under Article 6 of this warrant for this annual town meeting, which new position shall be included in future budgets if so approved, and that said appropriation be provided by raising $39,807 from taxation.
It's been seconded. Any discussion?
Lucy Wallace, Orchard Hill. I just want confirmation that with the creation or passage of this article, the Liz Allard, who currently serves in that position, will become a full-time conservation agent.
Yes.
I think it's particularly important this year because Wendy Sisson is going to be resigning from the Conservation Commission, and she's provided a lot of those services. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Libby Levison, Old Shirley Road, Board of Health. Excuse me. As opposed to what I read before, which was vetted by the entire Board of Health, what I am about to say is my opinion only. I support this position. However, I have been fortunate enough to be on the Board of Health for 6 years, and for 6 months of those, we did not have an administrative assistant. And so we all shared the work. The only way that this town can work is if we have adequate administrative support in town hall. Because right now, Board of Health members, just like what Lucy just said, Board of Health members are carrying some of the work for the Board of Health administrative assistant. We are behind in our minutes. I have been told that this position will mean that the Board of Health administrative assistant will go up to 19 hours a week. I want town meeting to know that the Board of Health requested of the Select Board that our administrative assistant go up to 25 hours for fiscal year 23. We are dying under the workload. So while I support this position, I want town meeting to know that we are going to track very carefully the workload for the Board of Health and be prepared, because possibly in the fall or possibly next year, we will be coming and asking for additional hours. Because as volunteers, there are things we should not and cannot do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Libby.
Justin Brown, Park Lane, Chair of the Planning Board. I fully support this article. This really helps us with the land use boards. I think this is a great step forward. And I'd be happy to answer any questions from our perspective of the Planning Board if needed. So thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Sharon McCarthy, East Bear Hill Road. I just have a question on the town administration on the funding of this position, because I understand Chris Ryan is leaving, and I would like to know how funding this position and his leaving and that position are related.
They are not related. The position is still there. Thank you. Any other discussion? Okay, this is a majority vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? This passes by majority. Article 10.
I move that the town appropriate $43,390 to be added to funds already appropriated in Article 6, line number 5 of this warrant for this annual town meeting to create the new position of Assistant Accountant for the Finance Department, with said funds to be expended by the Finance Director, which new position shall be included in future budgets if so approved, and that said appropriation be provided by raising $43,390 from taxation.
It's been seconded. Any discussion? This is a majority vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? This passes by majority. Article 11.
Okay, my last one, I promise. Article 11, I move that the town appropriate $20,000 to be expended by the Department of Public Works Director in coordination with the tree warden and with approval of the Board of Selectmen to contract with a professional company to trim trees and large brush along Harvard's roadsides with unexpended funds as of June 30th, 2023, being returned to their funding source, and that said appropriation be provided by raising $20,000 by taxation.
It's been seconded. Any discussion? This is a majority vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? This passes unanimously. Article 12.
Oh,
sorry, Cara.
Sorry, Mr. Moderator.
I took a breath. I'm sorry.
Just helping you out here. I know the Bruins are on, so. Cara Minar, to Select Board, Still River Road. Mr. Moderator, I move that the town appropriate $15,000 to be expended by the Department of Public Works Director to purchase and install new traffic regulation signs with unexpected funds as of June 30th, 2023 being returned to their funding source, and that said appropriation be provided by raising $15,000 by taxation.
It's been seconded. Any discussion? Libby, we're going to get you a chair closer.
Hey, I walk every day. Libby Levison, Old Shirley Road. Can we please have clarification on what sorts of signs these are?
Oh, well, there is we're planning that there will be new speed limits in town, and this will be purchasing for the new speed limits. And, sorry? Oh, and also the thickly settled in some of the areas that will qualify for those.
Thank you.
Paul Green, Old Littleton Road. Mr. Moderator, could you ask the proponent to repeat those two numbers, because I'm not sure I heard the second. They sound like they were two different numbers.
The 15,000?
15,000.
Is it 15,000 and 15,000?
I believe so, yeah. That's
okay,
what it says
that's
here.
correct.
I heard 15 and 50, and I was going to say
Nope,
that's
15.
a little weird. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Okay, with that, it's a majority vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? This passes by majority. My wife raised her card. She made me laugh. Article 13.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that the town appropriate $14,700 to be expended by the Department of Public Works Director to purchase and install a new security camera system with unexpected funds as of June 30th, 2023, being returned to their funding source, and that said appropriation be provided by raising $14,700 by taxation.
It's been seconded. Any discussion? Go, Billy.
Billy Salter, Elm Street. Have there been any security problems at the DPW garage? I mean, I know that it's great to have cameras watching everything, but are they actually needed there, or is this just, you know, let's get some security cameras so we can monitor them?
I am not aware of any particular issues, but if Director Kilhart is here, or do you want to speak to that, Tim?
Tim Kilhart, Harvard DBW. We don't have any particular issues, but we're just trying to be proactive because, you know, the garage is, a lot of people go through our garage. We don't see everybody that goes through the garage. I mean, we got the fire department's got a trailer down there. The harbor master has a trailer down there. We got contractors coming and going for the transfer station all the time. The Lions Club's got a trailer down there. So we got so many people coming through there all different times. We just want to be able to go back to a camera feed if we find something that's not appropriate, that we can actually do something. Because right now, we might think that something got moved, misplaced, stolen. We don't know. We have had some things disappear, but we're not sure how they disappeared or when they disappeared, because we've got no way of monitoring anything. And these cameras are also going to be used for the transfer station, which we have no security over there as well. So that was another concern that we had, is safety with, if there's people walking around in there and we can tell the police department, hey, we got people on camera that are coming in, and we're just concerned that there's a safety issue. They could fall down, they could get hurt or injured, but we don't know because we're not able to go back and review anything. So we're just hoping that putting in a camera system will allow us to monitor more closely, be able to keep an eye on things, and if we do find any issues coming along, we'd be able to address them and maybe reach out to have the police or somebody may swing through once in a while or more frequently, just to make sure, because we do have the police and fire go through there because they do get their fuel there, so there is some activity there already, but we're just trying to be proactive. Thank you.
Elaine Ritchie, Glenview Drive. I just wanted to clarify, maybe it's my ears. I thought I heard unexpected funds, and the warrant says unexpended funds. I just want to make sure we're not getting ourselves in trouble technically.
I can read it again.
It's for unexpended funds.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Lisa Achikevich, Depot Road. I just want to say, yes, things happen at the highway shed, and you should have a camera. I've called the police before.
Thank you, Lisa. Any other discussion? Okay, with that, it's a majority vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? This passes by majority. Article 14.
Mr. Moderator, Rich Mayores, 50 Slough Road, Select Board. Mr. Moderator, I move the town appropriate $13,000 to be expended by the facilities manager in conjunction with the police chief and the Harvard Ambulance Service to purchase and install a new floor in the training room of the police and ambulance building with unexpended funds as of June 30, 2023 being returned to their funding source, and that said appropriation being provided by raising $13,000 by taxation.
It's been seconded. Any discussion? With no discussion, this needs a majority vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? This passes by majority. Article 15.
Mr. Moderator, I move the town appropriate $29,800 to be expended by the facilities manager in conjunction with the Commission on Disabilities to renovate the beach house to bring it into compliance with the American with Disabilities Act, with unexpended funds being returned to their funding source, and that said appropriation be provided by raising $29,800 by taxation.
It's been seconded. Any discussion? This is a majority vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? This passes unanimously. Article 16.
Article 16. Mr. Moderator, I move the town accept the provisions of Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 200A, Section 9A, Act relative to the disposition of abandoned funds by the town.
It's been seconded. Any discussion? This is a majority vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? This passes unanimously. Article 17.
Nope. Mr. Moderator, Stu Sklar, I told you I'd be back. Scott Road, Chair of Select Board. I move that the town reauthorize the means-tested senior citizens property tax exemption special legislation previously authorized under Article 39 of the warrant for the May 5th, 2018 annual town meeting by authorizing the Select Board to petition the General Court to adopt a Home Rule Petition Special Act substantially the same as Chapter 412 of the Acts of 2018, with the revisions thereto as printed on pages 42 through 44 of the Finance Committee report and warrant for this annual town meeting.
It's been seconded. Any discussion?
Mr. Moderator, we have a friendly amendment. Could I read that now?
Yes, you may.
Okay. So the Select Board just voted on this friendly amendment right before this meeting. I move that section 2 of the special act printed on page 43 of the Finance Committee report and warrant for the 2022 annual town meeting be amended to insert the following two sentences after subsection 6. Quote, "The Harvard Elderly and Disabled Committee shall annually set the asset test for qualifying for an exemption pursuant to Section 1, which test shall be subject to the review and approval of the Select Board. The value of the person's domicile shall not be included in the determination of the person's assets."
And the select board, thank you. So the select board seconds that as a friendly amendment. So we're discussing the friendly amendment right now. Sure, go ahead.
All right. So 4 years ago in a week, we voted this initially, and we left it up to the committee that was going to look at the applications if there was going to be an asset test or not. The committee established an asset value of $150,000 besides someone's home. I think the $150,000 is too low a number if someone's retired and living on a fixed income. So what this amendment would do is give the select board flexibility to either increase or decrease that amount as time goes forward without doing special legislation. Because this is a home rule petition. Any changes made to it, if they're not included in it right now, require going back to Beacon Hill and getting a change. So what we're trying to do is make it so if, I think, again, we can discuss that as we go on, but the asset test should be higher for how much someone has in their IRA or 401k or whatever the case may be. That's the point of this amendment, to give the select board flexibility to adjust that number without going back to Beacon Hill.
Other discussion?
I wanted to speak to the motion, not to the amendment.
Okay, we'll hold that for a second. Okay, any discussion on the amendment? Okay, so we need to vote on including the friendly amendment first? No? Oh, it's friendly, that's right. You're friendly.
Oh,
We don't have to do that. Okay. I do want to see it. So no vote. So with no discussion on the friendly amendment, if there's questions on the actual article.
Yeah. Mr. Moderator, Paul Green, Old Littleton Road. Could someone explain the difference between a cap on and an exemption from? What's going on there?
Okay, so thank you for the question, actually, Paul. 4 years ago, I moved this motion, and I sold this concept to the town as a cap on 10% of someone's income would be with their property taxes, and we would cover the rest of that. The wording got changed on Beacon Hill, and our assessor didn't interpret it that way. So what happened is we weren't helping as many people as the article could have helped. So by way of example, over the last 10 years, the number of people in town that qualify for the state circuit breaker ranges from 67 to 86, which was last year. Most people that qualify for the state circuit breaker should qualify for our program. Part of the problem is that they asset tested out of it, and part of the problem was COVID, and a new program takes time to roll out and get people aware of it. But the way the assessor did it, it was giving much less aid than I had sold the town on. It wasn't helping people nearly as much as what it could have been. So this time, I had town council draw up the article. And so we have high confidence that this is worded correctly, and Beacon Hill should approve it since they approved the last one, but at the hearing on it, changes got made and it missed the intent of what town meeting voted on.
Okay.
Make sense?
Yes, I think so.
I hope so.
So I'm going to ask a question I asked 4 years ago when this first came up. Correct me if I'm wrong, but the cap/exemption that we're offering to 70 to 80 to whatever number of homeowners, we are abandoning those revenues forever under this article.
No. Okay, so under this article, what happens is people apply for it. We see how many people have applied and what the need is. This article has a cap, and the cap is set at from 0.5% to 1% of everyone else's tax bill. So it's very easy for you to figure out what this means to you. If you have a $10,000 tax bill at 0.5%, it costs you $50.
Okay, that's not. Let me restate mine.
Okay.
Right. I'm not saying the person didn't get an exemption or a cap, affected a cap, right? This helps the individual, clearly. My point is that as I understand it, and this is from our discussion 4 years ago, the money that we are not collecting, we, the town, are not collecting, we're giving up that money forever. We're not putting a lien on the property. We're not asking that when it's sold, we'll get paid back. It's just we're giving that revenue up forever.
All right. Yes, it's not a loan, but we're not giving it up. It's being covered by everyone else that doesn't qualify. So the other 2,400 households in town are all paying it. So the money that the town collects stays the same, but yes, there's no lien on the property. It's I don't know, forgiveness. It's not a loan. It's not a lien. Yes, that the people who own the home don't pay it back.
It's Robin Hood. Okay, thanks. I'm okay with Robin Hood. I just want to understand it.
And thank you. I want to be clear on this. This is a big deal. We voted as a trial. The trial is now up. This renews it. It can be rescinded, but after this, if it passes, it will become the law of the town.
Sure.
So I want everyone to ask questions because I've worked long and hard on this one, and I like to see it happen because there are, a small number of households, but still it makes a real difference for some people, and I'd like to help them.
Sure. For the record, I supported it 4 years ago. I support
did.
it today. I'm just trying to understand it.
Thank you, Paul.
Thanks.
Thank you, Paul. Additional discussion.
Bonnie Hudorfer, 338 Stowe Road. Like the previous speaker, I had 3 questions. He asked 2 of them, and you answered 2 of them. The third one was just, when you say the assessor didn't handle some of the requests the same way, so it served fewer people, did the assessor handle it the way that Beacon Hill gave it back to us?
Yes. Okay. Yes, the assessor did nothing wrong. He followed the law.
Okay.
And that's what we expect the assessor to do.
Yeah.
But it wasn't the intent of the law.
Okay, got it.
Thank you.
Billy Salter, Elm Street. Let me say I'm going to vote for this, whatever the answer to my question is. Mr. Moderator, how much has this exemption been in total over each of the last years or the last year, or just to give us
the dollar value?
Yeah, an order of magnitude.
Okay, I'd be happy to answer that for the 3 years we've run it. The first year we had 15 applicants, 11 were accepted. Second year, 11 applicants and 10 were accepted. And last year, 8 applicants and 7 were accepted. The dollar amount ranged from $23,000 to $37,000 in what everyone else covered. So it was 0.1% versus 0.5%, which is what the cap would have been. It was 0.5%, and everyone else's tax bill, you had dinged about 0.1%. So about 1/5 of what it could have been.
Thank you, Stu. With no more discussion, this takes a majority vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? This passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. Article 18, capital planning, and we have 14?
14, yeah.
14 of them. And we're going to vote on each one as we go through this.
Mr. Moderator, Nathan Finch, Codman Hill Road. I move that the town appropriate the sums of money to be expended by the town boards and officials for the capital projects and acquisitions described and printed on pages 21 through 25 of Finance Committee report and warrant for the 2022 annual town meeting, each of which numbered items shall be a separate appropriation, and provide for said appropriations by transfer from the funding sources as printed on said pages 21 through 25 of said report and warrant.
It's been seconded. Okay, any discussions initially?
So we're going to vote on them individually.
Yep. Okay.
All right. So we're gonna split it up, and Susan Mary is going to talk to the schools ones, and I'm going to do the rest.
Okay. Thank you.
So the first request is for $150,000 for
Please
the
introduce
Bromfield. Sorry, my name is Susan Mary Redinger. I'm chair of the school committee and vice chair of the capital planning and investment committee. The first article is $150,000 for upgrading or replacing units at the Bromfield School, HVAC units. Some of you may recall last year's presentation. When our current facilities manager, Patrick Harrican, came on board in 2020, we did a complete commission of all the units. It was critical at the time to maximize airflow in light of COVID. Since then, all the repairs possible have been made and all the units are working, but the study identified approximately 30 units that are at, near, or past their life expectancy. So we're requesting an additional $150,000 this year to continue the work. We will be presenting next year a much larger to try and do it all at once rather than an incremental amount every year, but this will help us address the most critical needs right now.
Any discussion?
Fleischer, Warren Ave, have to remember where I live. Susan Mary, you've been involved with the climate work. You've been involved with what we've been talking about as far as the goals and the action items. Can you talk to this, given that it's still fossil fuels that we're still dealing with, even though maybe with electricity, the school isn't on the same program that the rest of the town residents are. So I know that in our goals, we are looking at how to look at the whole school building as far as electrification, and I have concerns a little bit with understanding the need here, but obviously concerns about what we're doing.
Right, so you'll see later on I'll be asking money for a commission of the building itself, and which will include an energy review of the entire school. Right now any units that are being replaced are being done with better, more efficient and environmentally friendly units, but we need to get some of the units simply repaired and replaced. We will be looking at, anytime we do something in the schools, we are now looking at it from the Climate Action Plan perspective.
Thank you.
Brad Bessie, Westcott Road. I support Ellen with let's replace them with heat pumps if we can, but if we can't, one question. I do support this, but I know we had extra money from the state, or at least I thought we did, from COVID to help pay for things, and I guess because this is dealing with airflow and air quality in the school, could any of those excess funds, if they still existed, be used to help fund some of this, or has that money been already allocated?
So the school committee made a request of the select board to expend up to $500,000 for the ARPA funds that were allocated to the town, of some $1 million and more. Yeah. I know they've hired a consultant to help them advise on how to spend that funding. We're still waiting a response. Hopefully it can be used. We've expended all of our ESSER and other monies accordingly. So we don't have any extra ourselves, but we're hopeful the town can provide some funding towards this.
Okay, so if some of that could be allocated, it could help fund maybe not these two, but additional units like this going forward.
It could be used for any of that work.
That's great. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Billy Salter, Elm Street. I want to preface this by saying that I and my family are great fans of education. We have 3 PhDs and 4 master's degrees among the 4 of us. I'm not saying it's done us that much good, but there we are. Both of our kids went to Harvard Public Schools. I have seen the school budget and this is my point, and what I think of as the shadow school budget go up and up and up. I note that of the capital planning committee, about 40% of these items are associated with the school. And I guess I'm urging maybe the people who prepare the warrant maybe the Harvard Press. Maybe next year is the time, because this afternoon we're already pretty busy, to do a detailed analysis of all school support. We may decide, we may well decide, that it's worth 71%, I made that number up, that it's worth 71% of our town budget to be devoted to the schools. That may be a fine thing, but we should explicitly decide that. And this kind of piecemeal appropriation is facilitated by the process we use and is maybe necessary because, you know, air conditioners die or don't whenever they happen to die. But I think we need to take a broader picture and decide if we're on a sustainable path. And the answer might well be yes. I'm not prejudging it. Thank you.
Thank you. With no other discussion, this requires a 2/3. All those in favor? All those opposed? This passes by 2/3. Okay, CPIC number 2.
This is DPW road repairs, Nathan Fitch, Cobbin Hill Road. So we get money from the state known as Chapter 90 money that's supposed to help fix up the roads, but that money does not go up hardly at all, and cost of doing roads always goes up. So this is a little bit of additional money to help patch cracks in the road and repave and just make sure that we can all drive down the road safely.
Thank you. Any discussion? 2/3 vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? This passes by 2/3. Number 3.
Nathan Finch, Cobbin Hill Road. So this is restoration of fire ponds. We have fire ponds throughout the town, which are used by the fire department to get water to your house when it's on fire. They were collected for a long time, so they get overgrown with brush and filled with sludge, and this is money to spend to make it so that the fire department can actually get to the pond to get the water out of the pond so that your house will not be on fire anymore.
Any discussion?
Brad Bessie, Westcott Road. I'm for this, but I feel like this is the third time we voted on this, and I'm still looking at the fire pond on my road on East Bear Hill at the bottom of where it comes down from Bolton, and it looks the same as it did 5 or 6 years ago. So I'm guessing if we're doing this, when is it actually going to happen, and is there a schedule? Because I feel like we keep talking about it and nothing happens.
Do you want the chief or you want?
Yeah, where's the chief?
Chief Sicard?
I know it's not likely our fault, just to be clear. But
Rick Seacard, Harvard Fire Department. It's a very fair question. Unfortunately, we've got a contract with a company to do the fire ponds. We've been waiting almost a year now for approval from DEP. We have to get their numbers. And I keep getting the excuse because of COVID. Everyone's working remotely and things aren't happening as fast as they are. Okay. So unfortunately, that's where we are. So the contract's been signed. We've designated what fire holes are going to get done, and we're just waiting on that final piece, and then they can get going on it.
All right, great. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other further discussion? Okay, this requires 2/3 vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? This passes by 2/3. Number 5. 4. Sorry, 4.
All right. Nathan Finch, Cobbin Hill Road, so it's $370,534 for self-contained breathing apparatus for the fire department. So these are the scuba tanks that they wear, and the ones that they have right now are between 10 and 15 years old, and the code for this is that they need to be replaced every 2 upgrading cycles, and these are all now past that. And so we need to replace them. There's the number that they're doing is the number that they need to put one tank next to each seat in each truck, so that they, when they jump in a truck to go to a fire, there's one there, and then I'll have to like worry, where did I put my tank? That's it.
This requires, oh, I'm sorry, any discussion? This requires 2/3 vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? This passes unanimously. Now, number 5.
Number 5 is a request for the Bromfield School, the security card access system. We approved last year the first round, which handled the exterior doors, the keypads, the card swipe system, and the phones. This request of $100,000 is for the inside of the building, which will install the cameras on the 20 or so doors, and the cabling required to make the system functional. It is the same system that we're using over at HES with great success, and it will interface with the police department in case of any security issues.
Thank you. Any discussion? Requires 2/3. All those in favor? All those opposed? This passes by 2/3. Number 6.
Number 6 is a request for funds to handle flooring repairs at the Bromfield School in the amount of $100,000. For the past 5+ years, we've been handling floor replacement of the VCT tiles in the building on a patch-by-patch basis, and for anyone who's been over to the school, you can attest to it looks horrible. There's gaps, cracks, etc. We plan to replace it with a much more environmentally friendly product of marmoleum, which was used at the HES school. Which would eliminate all the seams. There was no water underneath, and allow us to do whole areas all at once. We will cover as much as we can in the school with that amount.
Any discussion? 2/3 vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? This passes unanimously. Number 7.
Number 7 is a request for $150,000 for the Bromfield network upgrades. The current equipment was put in 2013 and is no longer servicing the needs and is outdated. This would include 4 intermediate switches, 1 core switch, 35 access points, a new firewall, and battery backups. It will improve overall the better bandwidth and the demands of both the schools and the district offices.
Any discussion? 2/3 vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? This passes unanimously. Number 8.
DPW bucket loader for $226,000. This is one of 2 bucket loaders that the DPW has. The one that it's replacing is 22 years old and has started to require expensive repairs. These are the machines that they use to move snow in the winter, and of course, all the other stuff that they need for a bucket loader for.
Any discussion? This requires 2/3 vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? This passes by 2/3 vote. Number 9.
Number 9 is a request for $150,000 to upgrade and renovate the Bromfield locker rooms that are next to the gym. If you may recall, we had asked for a study to be done last year to really maximize the use of that space. Because of the small scope of the project, we couldn't get anyone to come in and give us a bid. So our facilities manager, Patrick Harrigan, is going to take the work on in-house. The 30-year-old fixtures and furnishings will be replaced, brought up to code. We also plan to overhaul the locker area with an updated design and layout, improve the storage rooms, put in laundry appliances, an ice machine, and new cabinetry. Lastly, we would upgrade the HVAC in this area with smaller units that are more energy efficient. It's a two-phased project. This first year would be the girls' locker rooms, and next year we'll be back with a request for monies for the boys' locker rooms.
Any discussion? 2/3 vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? This passes unanimously. Number 10.
So this is a new DPW mower to add to the fleet. This is a bagging mower, which will help pick up the clippings as it mows to help keep the fields looking better. That's one thing we've been told over and over, that we need to maintain our fields better. This will help with that, and this will make it easier for multiple people to mow multiple fields at the same time.
Discussion.
Brad Bessie, Westcott Road. I'm very pro athletic fields, and I think ours need a lot of support. That being said, I don't understand how this is going to help us. If memory serves, we bought a brand new fancy mower a couple years ago with the express purpose of mowing the fields. And yet last year, my girls had to miss several softball games, or rather they had to be canceled because the fields weren't mowed because DPW didn't do them. On a couple of occasions, Bob O'Shea had to personally mow them. Thank you, Bob. And on other occasions, parents had to go out and mow and pick weeds. So I don't really get why we need to buy a mower if we don't have a DPW that's going to mow. Perhaps this money, while it won't be capital, can be not spent here, and instead we can have this money go to expense to hire more labor to help mow the fields, because the shortage doesn't seem to be mowers, it seems to be people and labor.
Okay.
Ellen Sachs, Leisure, Warren Ave. Again, the Harvard Climate Initiative, questioning whether those mowers can be electric. I hear a lot of complaints about also the noise volume of the mowers, so that's one issue, but also whether there's electric option, not just gas. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bob O'Shea, Old Littleton Road, Chair of Park and Rec. Brad brought up a great question, and the work we've been doing with DPW, we've been working on an MOU to actually, with pictures and diagrams and exactly what they need to do in terms of mowing and lining and weed whacking. And we've discovered that the town really doesn't own the appropriate equipment for field mowing on athletic fields. We're out there mowing with things that have the wings that come down that you might see on the side of a highway or you know, on a median strip, and the clippings are just going everywhere. And we have one tractor that's got a bagging capability, and all the rest of them can't even be modified to have mulch kits. So there's a series of things we've asked DPW to do, which is like get the right mower, get a grass slice seeder so that we're not just spreading the seed out on top of the surface, get an aerator that's hollow core, and also get a dethatcher. And these tools are used by landscaping companies, but we don't here in town have them. So this is the first of a proper tool. Going electric, that could be a possibility. I don't know if the money that DPW put in would be enough for that. I don't have a problem with that. But this is part of a 5-year idea to get the appropriate equipment and we're not aerating correctly, and that's why our fields aren't draining right. And we're not seeding. The seeds, half the seed, which is expensive now, is disappearing on us and stuff like that, right? So this is why we're trying to go after this mower, okay?
Thank you.
Yeah.
John Lee, 27 Air Road. I'd like to reiterate and support the previous speaker about getting an electric. Last year, this town meeting voted to support climate resiliency, and I think this is a good opportunity to do it. So I'd like to make amendment that it is an electric mower.
That's to the capital planning.
Yeah, where's
Do they make electric mowers that big?
Yeah, Tim Kilhar, Harvard DPW. I have looked into an electric mower. I've talked with the manufacturers, I've talked with the salespeople. They're still, the problem is we're out there mowing for 9 hours in a day. The other problem is they're over $30,000 for the mower. That's just part of the problem. The other major problem is the batteries. When they go bad, there's a set of 4 batteries, 4 lithium batteries, just like the electric cars and stuff. They are $2,500 a piece for the batteries. So when they fail, I need 10 grand, just like that. And there's, that's a large sum of money, and the manufacturer basically said most people buy the mower and they buy a set of batteries to go with it, because when they go dead, you're going to be dead in the field. And that's where it's going to sit until you replace the batteries or charge it in position. So it's a much larger expense that would have to be absorbed, and I'm not convinced that the batteries are good enough at this point. I think the technology is getting better, just like cars, but unfortunately I think mowers are, it's great to mow your lawn, go out for 2 hours, but I'm just concerned that when you're mowing 40 hours a week, is that going to stand up to it? Commercial versus homeowner.
Okay, thanks, Tim. So he's asked for an amendment. Do you accept that as a friendly amendment?
we have a second?
Yep, you do. Who else do you need?
Three's enough.
Okay.
No, it's accepted as a friendly.
Okay, so that's not accepted as a friendly amendment.
May I speak to it? Or
Well, first I got to take that amendment under consideration. Is it 2/3 or a majority? Majority for the amendment?
Okay. So there's an amendment on the floor to make this an electric mower. Please keep in mind, from what I've heard, the pricing is not consistent with what's there currently on the list. We don't know what that price is. So this is a majority to ask for an electric mower only for Article 10. All those in favor of the amendment?
can we speak to it first?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, go ahead. Speak to it.
So, I drive an electric car. I'm looking at buying an electric mower for myself. I think it's great, and we should definitely do as much electric as we can. I know how these things work, and the problem is you can mow for like 2-3 hours, and then you have to charge for 2-3 hours, and that's just not viable when you need to mow, as Tim said, like 40 hours a week. And the money that we have appropriated is not there. I guess we could raise that up too. But I would love to be able to do it if it was possible. I just don't think it's actually possible right now.
Okay.
Kathy Jackson, Jacob Gates Road. In addition, last year I suggested to the selectmen and to DPW of another machine that would be very beneficial and take a lot less time to maintain some of our areas. That is called a stand-on mower. And the reason why it would be so good is because it can get into little tight spaces, which we have all around the library and other places that the big mowers can't do. And then they come along with the weed whacker. And they do this for hour after hour after hour, and it only gets done very occasionally. But that stand-on mower is really unique, and I hope that they would consider it at some point.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Elena Cope with Slough Road. I was here originally to voice support for the electric machine, and whenever possible, especially because I know town machines probably are going to be in service for so long. And if it's a new, gas-powered mower, that would be for a long time. But I understand the concerns you're raising, but I personally think it could be worth the risk of having one to work with.
Okay.
Billy Salter, excuse me, Billy Salter, Elm Street again. We learned in last week's Harvard Press that there won't be swimming lessons at the pond because we can't hire a beach director. And we're talking now about an issue with mowing the fields. There have been issues with mowing the fields for quite a while now, as parents with kids know even better than I do. And in some of the prior commentary, it was stated that, yeah, we bought a mower a couple of years ago, but we really need to get the right kind of mower. Now, Harvard is a fairly wealthy town. We have Bear Hill Pond, which is one of the prides of this town, and we can't get a beach director. I suggest that there are systemic issues in how Park and Rec gets its money, interacts with the select board, interacts with DPW, interacts with the sporting organizations. I don't know the details of any of those, and I don't ever want to. But I think unless we figure out a better way to do this stuff going forward, field mowing, swimming at the beach, and other Park and Rec stuff that they do, some of which we don't even notice because it happens smoothly, I think that throwing piecemeal bits of money at it is not going to fix the problem. Yeah, maybe we need a new mower because the old one is broken. But getting a new mower when the technology keeps improving, i.e. there might be an electric mower 2 years from now that doesn't have the same problems we're worried about, I think that is a way to throw away money. If we don't have mowers that work, damn it, we need to get a new mower. But as I understand it, this would be to facilitate field mowing. And I think there are so many problems with field mowing and Park and Rec's relations with the town and the support it gets in general, that I would urge us to defeat this amendment and, while I'm up here, to defeat the associated motion. Thank you.
Are we still talking about the amendment, or are we?
We're still talking about the amendment for the electric mower.
I'll defer until you get done with it.
Okay.
Mr. Moderator, Paul Green, Old Littleton Road. I'd like to speak to the proposed amendment. I wonder if there's a compromise possible here. I wonder if the proponent of the amendment would consider changing it so that town meeting could have a study done so we'd actually know the cost of what we're voting for in an electric amendment. Perhaps we could come back in the fall and have actually numbers in front of us. I know today when you buy electric lawn tools, you typically get a battery with your first tool that works if you stay with the same vendor and all their other tools. But then the first thing the salesman will tell you is you need to buy a second battery. And my wife has just informed me that we have a contractor who is at the house right now, and he's found he needs 3 batteries in rotation in order to keep his tools at 100% duty cycle. Well, if there are 4 batteries in the machine and they're $2,500 each, that's $10,000 worth of batteries that you presumably got a set with the electric mower. Then you might need 1 or 2 additional sets, so another $10,000 or $20,000. The base mower is probably not $26,000. It's probably more than that. So we could be looking at twice the cost here. I don't think it's as much as we all want to see the town go green and support this, I don't think it's fair to town meeting to ask us to vote on a number with, vote on an amendment without having a hard number. The Finance Committee and the other parties involved have gone to a lot of work, I trust, to come up with a hard number for each of these. While there's a lot of zeros at the end, I presume, and perhaps somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, that these funds are indeed adequate to correct Bromfield School card access or Bromfield School flooring.
Let's stay on the amendment.
So, you know, I would like to see. I don't know. Can I propose an amendment to an amendment?
No,
but
we're on this amendment right now.
Then I'm going to vote against this because I don't think it's an appropriate way to conduct business here.
Okay.
Even though I support the idea of going electric. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, so I guess my comments are due to the electric. I'm in the business. My name's Tony Shaw from Prospect Hill Road.
Tony, name and address.
Tony Shaw, Prospect Hill Road.
Thank you.
I run Tarika Tractor down the street, so I kind of hope I'm a little bit of an expert on this subject. Electric is great, and it's coming a long way. And if you're mowing around the buildings or you're mowing small areas, it's going to be an efficient way to mow eventually. But the mowing that we're talking about doing is stripe after stripe, field after field, long, hard work. And you really can't do that with a battery situation at this point. To put your mind at ease about the diesels, though, in the last couple of years, we've come up with new emissions, new injection systems, so they don't produce any smoke. They're super clean. They're super quiet. Amazingly enough, you know, the diesels are far quieter than even a gas engine, a gas machine. And the one they're talking about is very efficient, and it's the best technology you can get at the moment that can do the kind of continuous and hard labor that is going to be needed to do fields. And then the other thing somebody else asked about a stander. Stander mowers, again, the greatest thing since sliced bread. They require an operator to stand on them all the time for doing something close, like around the library and all the trees and around the town hall. The stander is going to be an awesome machine, and we should think about that for that application. But the application for which you're working with right now, you need plenty of power, you need longevity, you need something that these guys can get out, be comfortable on, and work on a continuous basis with a clean, efficient engine, and that's what we have. And it doesn't matter whether you buy it from me or you buy it from my competitors, they all have this new technology, which is awesome. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Tony.
Brad Bessie, Westcott Road. I'm all about green tech. We converted my house to heat pumps this year and saved $900 heating it versus oil. We're on the green tour last weekend, but this is not the right thing. The tech isn't there yet. It needs to be able to run for 8 to 10 hours a day. It's not the place to do it. I think while I'm against this mower, if you were to buy one, it should be the regular gas one that can meet the workload. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Libby?
Libby Levison, Old Shirley Road. I am going to back up Paul Green on this one. I don't think that we are looking here at the total cost of operation. We need more information to make this decision. How much does electricity cost? How much does the fuel cost? Not only is how much do the individual pieces of equipment cost. I just don't, I want to go green as well, but I don't see how we have enough information right now to make this decision. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bob O'Shea, Old Littleton Road, Chair Park and Recreation. Mr. Moderator, I think Billy was volunteering to join Park and Rec. And we appreciate that. I did put out a plea for help. You may have seen it in the papers. We are looking for 2 new members. We are trying to do some structural changes. It has been difficult dealing with the issues that DPW's had with personnel. And now we got personnel problems where we can't hire the right people to run the beach.
Let's stay on the amendment.
I'm sorry.
Let's stay on the amendment.
On the amendment, I think I'm against the electrical for now. I would actually like them, you know, if we could, if I agreed there was a technology that was practical right now, I'd probably ask the people who did the amendment to just increase the fee and call it a day. But I don't think it's there.
Okay.
So I think that this is a step towards, oh, I'm sorry, to the amendment. Somebody mentioned the tractor. So a couple years ago, before I was on Park and Rec, there was a $40,000 tractor purchased, and it turns out it was best designed to snow blow the sidewalks. It articulates, it has these attachments. We hoped it would drag our ball fields, but DPW has said that that has not worked very well, and it is slow. It just putters along. It takes them 2 or 3 hours to make to attach the bagger versus any of the other attachments. It is not an appropriate, when you got a landscaping company come in and they drive off their trailer and they're zigzag and they have enough time to do diagonal cuts, diamond diagonal cuts, so there's no clippings to be dealt with. These guys don't have that time, and that tractor just was not appropriate. So that's why we as Park and Rec are trying to get DPW to buy the appropriate equipment for our fields.
Thank you.
It's 14 Fairbank Street. So my very quick Google brings up a return on investment calculator from one of the manufacturers of electric mowers. And it looks like the return on investment is measured in under 2 years. They estimate 18 months, at least for kind of default parameters in their thing, which are like $28K for the cost of the mower versus $12K for a gasoline-powered mower. And that's with a fuel price per gallon of like $4 a gallon, which is what we're looking at the moment and doesn't show any signs of abating. And the maintenance costs are also lower for the electric. So I actually think that the people who said that we need further analysis before we make an investment in something that's going to get used for a long time and put more carbon into our atmosphere, I actually think that at a first glance, it looks quite doable to switch to electric, not sometime in the indefinite future, but immediately. Thank you.
Margaret Nestler, Cruff Lane. I just want to say that I don't think we have enough information to make this decision in terms of the longer term and the climate resiliency effects. And I'd like to say that we already have mowing equipment. Someone already said the problem actually seems to be organizational and personnel. There's no reason why we can't wait and get more information, have hard costs about this, and maybe it is 2 years out before we buy an electric mower that really does make sense for the town. And the last thing I want to say is Google no mow May, because to support the pollinators, you're not supposed to mow until after May.
Okay, so thank you. Majority vote on the amendment for this to be an electric mower. All those in favor? All those opposed? The amendment does not pass. So back to the original about the DPW field mower. This is a 2/3 vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? This passes by 2/3. Number 11.
All right, so this is $32,000 for a self-evaluation of the town and how it is making all parts of town government and town facilities accessible to those with disabilities and differing abilities. This would help point out places where we need to make accommodations for people that are not as able as some of us.
Any discussion? This requires a 2/3 vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? This passes by 2/3. Number 12.
Number 12 is $100,000 to do a comprehensive study of the Bromfield School. Really, to Billy's point earlier, We, the school committee and the administration are committed to keeping the school well maintained. We've been criticized over the years for not providing sufficient funding to do that. We recognize also there is no way that we're going to get another $50 million or $100 million from the town to build a new school, so we are interested in making this school last as long as possible. There are sections of the Bromfield School that are 60 years old, others are 30 years old. Almost every space is at least coming close to 20 years old in there. So this study would address a number of things. One, we have security issues or concerns about the front entrance. There's no double barrier of security. Once you're in those front doors, you're into the building. So we'd look at that. Would also look for replacement of the roof and provide the necessary paperwork and documentation that we would need in order to apply for MSBA funding for roof repair. Also spacage, usage of the building. If you can imagine things coming along the way, we have different needs, we have different staffing levels, we have different student population. How do we best use that building for years to come? And then lastly, as I mentioned regarding our energy efficiencies, how do we make that building as green as possible, as quickly as possible, as efficiently as possible, at the lowest cost possible. So those are the major parts of this study that we hope to launch as soon as possible to keep this building up to the needs of our town for another 20, 30, 40, 60 years.
Thank you. Any discussion? Sure.
Elena Cope from Slough Road. I just had a question about how a citizen can get involved in influencing the questions being asked if that study happens, or suggesting topics.
You can either send me an email, smredinger@psharvard.org, come talk to me after the meeting, or come to a school committee meeting. We'll get you hooked up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jim Ware, East Bear Hill Road. I just wanted to make sure that included in that study is a study of whether solar panels on the roof would make sense.
Yeah, that's definitely one of the options we'll be looking at. With the roof the way that it wasn't possible when we looked at it some 15 years ago, but that would be included in the study.
Thank you.
Davida Bagatelle, West Bear Hill Road. I'm an ex-employee of the Bromfield School, and when I came in to work there in 2002, I believe, that was prior to the renovation of the middle school wing. 20 years later? And the condition of the middle school wing, I must say, is atrocious. And it has been for many years. Many repairs. You've asked for other repairs to come up, take care of the flooring, which is dangerous. Many people have tripped, including myself. I guess my question is, as you do this study, knowing, as what Billy had mentioned, that our tax dollars, a lot of them go to education. I've been an educator for 40 plus years, and I'm very pro-education. How can we be guaranteed that this updating work will live out its life much longer than what's been done at the Bromfield Middle Wing?
I'm sorry, David, I'm not sure what you're asking.
Oh, I'm just commenting.
Oh, you're commenting, okay.
That's all.
Thank you. With no more discussion, this requires 2/3 vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? This passes unanimously. 13.
Yeah, you want to speak to it? Okay, so this is $50,000 to have money for a study or any other work that needs to be done for. So let me start over. The Parks and Rec and schools work together to look at what we need for athletic fields. As we've been saying before, the ones we have are often not in very good shape, and one of those, the reasons for that is overuse. Most towns will let their fields rest. They're not being used constantly. We don't have enough fields to do that, and so the idea with this project is to look for a lot of land in town with the intention of buying it and building a new field on it that would be usable for soccer and other big field sports by the town. There's a little bit of a chicken and egg because we have to get the land and then figure out how much it's going to cost to build on it before we can ask you all for money. So this is kind of like a little bootstrapping money so that once we find some plots that we think might work, we can actually have people look at those plots and give us estimates as to how much the whole thing will cost, so we're not just guessing.
Thank you. Discussion?
I'm Mark Savigny, 74 Shaker Road. So I'm a little bit confused. I know the Open Space Committee, and I'm on the Harbor Conservation Trust, and we're always looking for what are the larger parcels of town that are available. And we have a pretty clear inventory of what those properties are and what the slopes are on those properties. Is that what is the outcome of this? It sounds like it's speculating that if such a parcel, you're going to be looking at various parcels and seeing what the engineering costs are and the feasibility of it feels like we kind of have that information. And there are only a few parcels in town that have the capacity and the space for fields. Generally, they're horse farms. The Open Space Committee, have you talked to them about this? Because I think we have all of this data, and you're going to be spending $50,000 on studying a hypothetical, recreation field on land that is not for sale, is not available. Why don't we save this money for when there are opportunities, which we're actively looking at, that might be able to accommodate recreational fields, as opposed to a study on a hypothetical parcel of land that we don't even have?
So the question was, have they connected with the Open Space Committee?
The data, I believe, is available from the Open Space Committee of which parcels are large enough to accommodate it and have sufficiently gentle slopes to be able to accommodate recreational fields.
So this was my idea because the athletics field committee came to CPIC and said, we want $4.5 million to build a new field. And the problem was that nobody knows if that would be enough money for any one particular piece of land. Because if the land that we eventually get is sloped a whole lot, we have to do a whole lot of work, and that costs a lot more. If it's like this and perfectly flat, it costs a lot less. And so this was my attempt to get a more hard number for when there is a lot of land that we find that is for sale that we could actually buy without having to then wait 6 months or a year to come back to town meeting and then ask for the money to figure out how much it costs to build on this land.
Comment?
Sure.
This feels like a cart before the horse, that we're talking about the development costs for land that is unknown. So I think we should consider reserving funds like this for when the land actually becomes available, because we're going to need every penny we can just to acquire the land and to implement the recreational fields on it. So,
thank you.
South Shaker Road. So my boy is actually playing in a soccer game down here below. And I couldn't more overwhelmingly support this article. We have a substantial problem here in town that we have a limited window when our children can play sports. I say children, but it's not only kids who are 5 and 6, but all the way up to the high school age. And so often it rains on a Thursday, and it's enough rains that you're not playing Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and it's not 100 kids or 200 kids or 500 kids. It's thousands of kids who aren't able to play. And if I look back from the 2016 Open Space and Recreation Plan, back then the town recognized, while Harvard has continued to grow over the past decade, the development of recreational playing fields has not. As a result, existing fields have become overused and overcrowded. Harvard is in need of additional playing fields for both organized soccer, baseball, and other sports leagues, as well as more informal play. So I recognize what the dilemma was faced. They were coming in asking for $4.5 million, and there were a lot of loose ends, and I think it was very practical to say, hey, look, let's spend some money. It's a multi-part step here. You need about $1 million plus to acquire the land, but there's some complications involved here. What land do we take, and if we take this land, does it increase the number that we'll be spending later? So I think it's extremely prudent to say, let's spend $50,000, which is a small amount, in lieu of the overwhelming number we'll have to spend to acquire the land. And it's a very important first step to take. The risk is that if we keep on kicking this can down the road, if you look back at all the meetings, all the committees that have taken steps to look at this, and it keeps on getting passed down, people have dropped off of committees that are focusing on this because of the frustration, it really needs to move. The $50,000 allocation is not much. There are a bunch of coaches who are going to echo the same thing that I'm saying, the incredible frustration that we haven't done this, even though it was identified many years ago. So I wholeheartedly support the article. I hope that others will, for not only for the small children, the high school children, but even the adult leagues. Thank you very much.
Thank you. If you go there, we're in discussion right now. So that's where I'm at. Okay. Go ahead, Billy.
Billy Salter, Elm Street. I thought at first I was having some kind of like neurological event, but I read closely and apparently not. It seems like even though we can't keep the beach going adequately and we can't maintain our existing playing fields adequately, we are initiating a project that will result in spending multiple millions of dollars to get a lot more athletic facilities. I assume somehow we'll be able to maintain them adequately, but I'm not sure we should all be convinced of that, and I urge people to slow down, to vote against this, to worry about how do we fix the problems we have. The answer might be a swell new athletic facility instead of trying to fix the fields. But let's figure out the problems and figure out a way to solve them. So I sort of support the last speaker, although with a somewhat different approach to addressing the issue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Brad Bessie, Westcott Road. Bill, you're one of my favorite people at town meeting, but I completely disagree with what you said. Everybody needs to support this. There's the chronic issue with fields here. We just bought a mower that isn't going to solve the problem because the real problem is lack of fields and overuse of existing fields. That's the big problem. Yes, there's a maintenance issue we'll have to figure out. This is needed. There's an urgent shortage of softball fields. We desperately need a softball field now, an additional one, not 5 years from now, not 3 years from now, right now. It's embarrassing and some grumbling saying inequitable to have only one softball field and 3 baseball fields. Why is girls sports being shorted on this? I also would encourage this study to look at how we can better make use of school and town property for this. Schools, after all, are supposed to have athletic fields near them, yet we seem to have shockingly little. So how do we better utilize the property that we have on school property? Could they be converted into fields? Some people might not like the look of that, but I say schools are supposed to have fields on them, and that's normal in any town in this state or country. So please support this, support our students. Let's fix the chronic problem. We need more fields, and let's get a girls softball field in the next 12 months, please. Thank you.
Next discussion.
Jim Ware, East Bear Hill Road. As a former, long time ago, member of Park and Rec, we saw the same problem in the 90s, lack of fields. One field we did purchase at that time was the Lancaster Road field, Lancaster County Road, and the teams that eventually developed it into a soccer field and track know only too well what the huge cost was to get that. That was all privately raised money to get that. My question is, what specifically are you going to spend the $50,000 on? I'm all in favor of new fields. I think we need new fields, absolutely. But what is the $50,000 going to be spent on?
So the money is there so that once we find a parcel that we like, and evidently there's a bunch in town, just most of them are not for sale. Once we find a parcel that we like, we have money to know how much it's going to cost to build on that parcel. Because right now, what's going to happen is we're going to find a parcel, and they're going to come to town meeting and say, we want to buy this parcel for $1 million. And everyone's going to say, okay, how much is it going to cost to build a field on there? And they're going to say, I don't know, because we don't have money to go figure that out. And so this is
So
for...
it's anticipatory money that won't be spent until a parcel is located or a potential purchase is found.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Moderator, Bob O'Shea, Old Littleton Road, Chair of Parks and Rec. So to address previous speakers, I've been here since '92, and every master plan and open space plan, there's at least been 4 or 5 of them, have concluded that we don't have enough fields in the town. And the maintenance issues, the previous speaker was asked is connected. If we are overusing the fields, we have people getting on the fields as soon as it thaws and right up to the moment when it freezes. And we cannot do the proper maintenance on those fields because we're overusing them. So they're not two different things, they're connected. Yes, DPW has to get the better tools, and we've been desperately, I've burnt every bridge at Town Hall to try to make that happen. And these guys are laughing because they know, right? We have to get the right equipment to do the job, but we can't continue to operate in an overuse situation. Park and Rec, the Open Space Committee, and the School Committee got together and they put an application into CPIC. And our application is a long-term application. Nobody thought we'd get $4.5 million day one. We just said that this was a good estimate. We talked to some construction people, and we said this is a good estimate for a long-term thing. It would get refined as we go. They rejected that, and we tried to get them to do a reserve, a revolving fund. That's what I thought this $50K was for. It was a revolving fund so that we could start, taking grants, asking each year to keep putting some money into it so that when we did find the right parcel, we would have the money and so that we could do the studies and everything else. So somewhere along the process, this was changed to a field study that did not come back to Park and Rec for approval, as the solution that we were asking for. We were asking for a revolving fund. So I'm asking for a friendly amendment to this article here to change it to what we asked for, a revolving fund or whatever the right financial vehicle is, as opposed to a defined study right away when we don't even know what parcel we're going to.
So you're asking for a friendly amendment to change what's on here from a study design to some type of
That's
revolving
correct.
fund to put more funds in over time.
Right. Something that we can add funds to, take donations and put them in and stuff like that.
So
what is that vehicle?
So council has directed me that that's outside the scope of the article because it's changing the funding source and what this is supposed to do, what CPIC is meant to do. So this should be back under a different warrant article, which you could push for at the next meeting. But outside of what CPIC is responsible for, it's not able to set that up.
Can I transfer this money into that other thing once it's created?
I was trying desperately not to have to speak today. Tim Bragan, Town Administrator. My address is 13A Road. Bob, there's a sunset, it's 3 years. So the money doesn't have to be spent for the next 3 years. Because 2 years ago, this town meeting set a sunset for money articles of 3 years unless otherwise stated. It's not stated in this one, so the money's going to sit there for the next 3 years. Whatever happens, happens.
I mean, the best I'm going to be able to do with 26K is get a cartoon together that says, here's a rectangular field next to another rectangular field, next to a softball field, and, you know, will it fit on some piece of property? I don't know. So, I mean, I could draw that at home. So I'm not personally for this anymore.
Okay. Next.
Hello, James O'Leary, Candleberry Lane. I'm a coach in sports here in town. I've been doing it for the last 4 years and hopefully for probably about the next 6 to 10. I'm also the president of Harvard Baseball and Softball Association. Certainly I'm for this article because of the needs for fields in this town. I definitely believe, though, that it needs to be inclusive to a lot more people than just rectangular fields. I think there's a real need for, as noted by a couple other speakers, for softball fields. We need to have baseball and softball fields brought up into an adequate space on its entirety. We also have a lot of team sports that are outside of soccer that could benefit from a significantly better field space. Talking to parents, talking to kids in this town as they are trying to kick a ball on what should be a flat field. They don't have the ability because the ball's bouncing around. People are embarrassed when they're playing field hockey because they cannot have a ball go screaming across and get a good shot. And these are all problems due to the fact, I think, as Bob has laid out before, that we don't have enough fields and we're not maintaining them appropriately. If we took out one baseball field for Bob to do slicing and seeding, we would have a significant problem being able to field baseball in this town in addition to the softball. So this is long overdue, and we need to pass this and move forward and get this taken care of within the next few years. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Next.
Toby Bazarnik. I'm on Houghton Lane, 12 Houghton Lane. I'm also on the HYBSA board with James, and I'm the treasurer there. I'm also a coach. I've been a coach for 3 years in softball specifically, and now assisting with baseball. So as I am aging into consideration of this issue, it gains more and more prominence in my mind, but I know eventually I will age out of this issue. However, I've seen many of my predecessors who are doing the same thing, bringing up this exact same issues for about 20 years. My parents have been residents of Harvard for about 35 years now. And I've seen that there's been zero action over 35 years, in my opinion, on a larger sports complex, which is definitely what we need. And now we've gone from 6 diamonds in town down to 4 diamonds, and reiterating what one of the previous speakers stated, we have one field, Ann Lee's Field, to play softball on, and that's for town league, and then also for school, for middle school and for high school. So in my personal life, that is the drum that I beat, is that the softball fields need to be built, and it's shameful that we don't have enough space for our girls to play, and the fact that there's a discrepancy between 3 boys fields and 1 girls field sends a very clear message to parents and to the girls about the priorities of our town. And I don't want to detract from the importance of baseball. It's an important sport in my life and that of my kids, but I also need to really strongly reiterate that we have a very critical need for softball space. There is no other softball field that we can play games on that is at all in this, that we can rent for next spring. So we are at a critical point. We can't sustain our program. We either have to not scale the school softball program, or we lose the town softball program. And I'm only seeing, as the treasurer of the HYBSA, I'm only seeing strong growth in our program. So this is an imminent and critical issue from my perspective, and I hope that I can contribute something to the future generations of people like me who are going to care a lot about sports like softball. And also, I want to reiterate that what James just said about having a multi-sport facility is extraordinarily important, not only just addressing rectangle sports, but also addressing softball, baseball, etc. Even I've heard concepts of pump tracks, etc. So I really do support this, this movement, and I want to see this multi-sport complex built.
Thank you.
Hi, Brian Cook, Anley Field, or Anley Road, I should say. It seems like all I do is talk about fields. So I'm also on the planning board, been here a year and a half, got really involved really quick. So planning board, open space committee, also part of the HYBSA, and coach 2 baseball teams here in town. To say that our town sports are booming is an understatement. We are feeders to what happens here at Bromfield. We really need to show the support for our children and get this passed and to find additional field space for our children. One of the hardest things to do is to tell some of the sports that you don't get to play here in Harvard. You have to go to Air or you have to go to Devens and rent facilities. And that's something that we shouldn't be doing. We should be showing support here in our town. So if possible, I'd like to make a friendly amendment that the 3-year sunset period on this money is not allowed to happen on this article.
That's within scope?
Okay, so that is within scope. You're asking for it not to sunset in 3 years.
Correct.
I'm going to embellish here for a second.
Please do.
You're asking for it not to sunset at all.
Yes.
Okay. So the friendly amendment you're asking for is that if this goes through, that it doesn't sunset. Period.
Give us time to find the fields.
Okay. Do you accept that as a friendly amendment? So that is not accepted as a friendly amendment. They want to put a cap on it of about 5 years. So do you want to adjust your friendly amendment to 5 years, or do you want to keep it as?
I think every year we can get, the better. So I adjust my friendly amendment to 5 years.
You're
It's
adjusting
better
your
than
friendly
3.
amendment to 5 years, and you will accept that at 5 years. So they accept the 5 years, so there's no need to vote on that, so that this will then stay in the fund for 5 years.
Thank you.
I need you to come up and jot that down for me, please.
John McCormack, Trowbridge Ray. I'm a little confused because I thought that this was requested by the Parks and Recs Committee, but didn't we hear Parks and Rec Chairman say that he did not want this? So is this the Parks and Rec request or isn't it?
It's 3 different boards. It's Parks and Rec, Open Space, and School Committee. If Bob wants to speak to it, I think he already, like, sort of.
I'll take back my frustration on the money. Now that it's 5 years, it's we'll be able to figure out the lot by then and actually design something that matches the lot. So 5 years, that fixes my concern.
Okay. I mean, if you don't want the money.
Okay, good. Libby.
Libby Levison, Old Shirley Road. With all due respect to some of the earlier speakers, I forget the exact number, 10 to 13% of the students in this school system come from Devons. There is absolutely nothing wrong with playing on the Devons fields. We can rent them. Do we really need to build as many fields that we have when there's other places the students could play that would be in the backyard of some of the students in that building? Thank you.
That's not a question.
Lucy Wallace, Orchard Hill. I move the question.
Question has been moved. It's been seconded. 2/3 vote. All those in favor? This is of moving the question. All those opposed? The question has been moved. So 2/3 vote on the athletic field study. 2/3 vote. All those in favor? As amended. Yes, sorry. As amended with the 5 years. All those opposed? This passes by 2/3. Number 14.
Portable speed limit signs. So we currently have some portable speed limit signs, but the problem is that they take multiple people and they have to be like put physically in the back of a truck, and that's really difficult, and the police can't do it by themselves. They need help from DPW. And so what this would do would take the 2 portable ones we have now, make them fixed in wherever the police think that they need to go, buy 2 new ones that can be towed by a regular old tow hitch so that the police can move them around by themselves.
Any discussion? 2/3 vote. All those in favor? Oop. I'm sorry, I moved too fast.
What is the source of power on the portable signs?
Do you know, or do you want the chief?
Yep. Introduce yourself, please. Sorry. Thank you. Chief.
Sharon McCarthy, East Bear Hill Road.
Thank you.
Chief.
Hello, James Babu, Harbor Police. The trailers have a battery set up with a solar panel as well. So there's a solar panel that charges it, same as the other ones, except this is going to be towable, so you could set up in different areas in town by us.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Again, 2/3 vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? This passes by 2/3. Article 19.
Mr. Moderator, Nathan Finch, Codman Hill Road. I move that the town transfer $269,388 from the Capital Stabilization and Investment Fund to be extended by the town treasurer with the approval of the select board to fund the capital planning and investment committee's debt service for fiscal year 2023 with unexpended funds as of June 30th, 2023 to be returned to their funding source. So what this is that there are some ongoing debt payments that CPIC is responsible for paying, and that's what this covers.
Thank you. It's been seconded. Any discussion?
Paul Green, Old Littleton Road. I just want to note that the town publishes planning and talks about planning for the next 5 years, but we borrow money over 5, 10, 20 years. The borrowing is constrained by the state, so we're not borrowing money any longer than the lifetime of the object we're purchasing, obviously. I would just like to see the town publish planning documents that take us out to the maximum lifetime that we're going to borrow for. I think town meeting would be better served if we had, say, 20-year capital planning rather than 5-year capital planning. And get used to this comment, because I'm going to be making it every year at this meeting from now on.
I remember it from last time, so thank you, Paul.
Thank you. Okay, this requires a 2/3 vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? Passes unanimously. Article 20.
Mr. Moderator, D.D. Chadron, Old Littleton Road. I move that the town accept the report and recommendations of the Community Preservation Committee on the fiscal year 2023 community preservation budget.
Has this been seconded? Thank you.
That helps.
You want to share anything?
No, I mean it's all there in the book, and you'll see the trend lines as it relates to revenues raised and matched by the state Community Preservation Trust Fund.
Any discussion? This is a majority vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? This passes unanimously. Article 21, and we will go through these each individually as well.
So these will be read individually?
Yeah.
How might you do this, Mr. Moderator?
We're going to vote on each one individually, just like we did with CPIC.
Okay, all right. So I move that the town appropriate the sums of money to be extended by the town boards and officials for the capital projects and acquisitions and other purposes described and printed on pages 31 and 32 of the Finance Committee report and warrant for the 2022 annual town meeting, each of which numbered items shall be a separate appropriation, and to provide for said appropriations by transferring said amounts from the Community Preservation Fund funding sources as printed on pages 46 and 47.
Thank you. Number one.
Completion of town, I'm just reading them, right? Completion of town docks as requested by the, or that the recipient is Parks and Recreation Commission in the amount of $25,000 to come from the fiscal 2023 Community Preservation Fund unspecified reserves.
Thank you. Any discussion?
So I wish, Mr. Moderator, Bob O'Shea, Old Littleton Road, I wish these articles came before Fields, because you notice that my blood pressure goes up with the frustration that we've had with Fields in this town. This is my happy place down in the water, in the water area. This is where I would rather be doing my work. And this project is completion of the docks. I'll be short. We've done if you go down and look at the docks, they're shaped like a U. The left-hand side is fully built out. On the right-hand side, we lease to the rowing program, and it's made up of some old wood docks, a piece of some plastic docks that they brought, some pillow docks, which are very old, and it's kind of a mess, but it's not really the aesthetics that we're worried about. That dock is owned by BHRA. Townspeople are on it all the time, and BHRA's insurance doesn't cover the town use of it, right? So we want to fill out and complete the docks and actually come up with, in addition, come up with a way to deal with them at the winter. For the last 16 years, I tried to rope a few volunteers, and we go down and we have to unscrew the poles because they'll bend from the ice flows, and there are some technologies we think we can use to make it easier to put in the dock. So it's basically completing the dock. It serves the boaters, obviously, it serves the crew team, and it will serve any, we see a lot of residents down there fishing or sunning on those docks, and that's what this one's about.
Thank you. Any other discussion? This is a majority vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? This passes unanimously. Number two.
Item number 2, mooring raft anchoring system. The recipient here is, again, Parks and Recreation Commission. The amount in the amount of $30,000, and this is to come from the fiscal 2023 Community Preservation Fund unspecified reserves.
Discussion?
Mr. Moderator, this is similar, but this is for all the moorings. So we have 20 moorings for larger boats up to 25 feet. Back in 2008 to 12 or so, I scuba dived and put in 4-foot long helix anchors into the ground there for those 20 moorings, and for the corner posts for the beach ropes, and we have kind of a variety of different anchors for the 3 rafts in the swim area. Same kind of problem. The ice flow has pulled out at least 5 of these anchors, and luckily I had extended a rope between the anchors, and we didn't end up with any boats crashing on shore. But this is to get some professional help to make sure that we can, have a better anchoring system and how to deal with them during the winter, right? I mean, a lot of people just tie a line, take off their buoy, tie a line to the shore, but how do you do that when you got a 4x5 grid and then 5 different spots over at the beach, right? Do we actually have that many lines? There may be a different solution, so that's what we're asking for.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Okay, majority vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? This passes unanimously. Number 3.
Item 3, capital improvements to Harvard Park and Playground. The recipient again, Parks and Recreation Commission. The amount here is $10,352, and this comes from the fiscal 2023 Community Preservation Fund unspecified reserves.
Mr. Moderator, Bob O'Shea on Littleton Road. I want to first thank Commissioner Marissa Steele. She has been running this. She couldn't make it today, but she's been running this effort to reestablish the playground down at the track. We found a series of safety violations. One was to the slide, some exposed steel cables, and in addition, the mulch had settled more than 12 inches in certain areas, which made a huge step for people that they can trip and fall and get hurt. Going through the CPC process, we found that the state didn't allow the mulch because it was considered maintenance. So we went after reserve money, and also the slide. If we got this CPC money for the slide, we couldn't even place an order for it until after July 1st, which means this whole year we would have had the safety condition. So we luckily went for reserve money and we got it for the slide. So what we're trying to do now is finish the mulch job, and we are asking to, we had asked for a ton of mulch to raise it up and actually contain it out to the fences. We were not able to get that money, so we found some money, and we got a smaller amount that'll be only under the swing sets. So we had this, we have a kind of a change idea here that we've talked to the CPC board about, and we want to put an ADA accessible ramp around the playground inside the fence. It will contain the mulch for us, and it will actually give us an ADA access to 2 swings that we have there that are ADA compatible, and that's what we're asking for, to spend this money for.
Thank you. Any discussion? Majority vote. All those in favor? Oop, Brad's got something.
In the warrant in plain English, it said that the money for this is not even enough to finish it completely, and you're going to have to bring labor. Why don't we just increase it so we can just do the whole thing? All right, I'm just asking it was something that jumped out. It said this is $10,333, but it's not enough to pay for the installation of the entire walkway, but the commission would bring in volunteer labor to complete the project if necessary. If we can do it, fine. I guess my point is, if we're voting, why not do it right?
Yeah, so we on the CPC respond to applications as they're submitted to us. We rely on the submitters to do the budgeting required for those. Okay. And I know that things change over the course of time between the submissions and an annual town meeting. So it's probably just the vagaries of those dynamics.
Okay, just
Yeah.
Happy to support it. Just wanted to try to get you more money.
Thanks for the question.
Okay, no more discussion. Majority vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? This passes unanimously. Number 4.
Item 4, Community Harvest Project Agricultural Preservation Restriction. And this is, this is awkward. I need to do a friendly amendment on this. The recipient really is supposed to be Conservation Commission and not Harvard Open Space Committee, Mr. Moderator. So with that, the amount is $100,000, and the funding comes from the fiscal 2023 Community Preservation Fund unspecified reserves.
So the changes in the center section there changes from open space to Conservation Commission, and that was accepted as a friendly amendment. So any discussion?
Right.
Jim Lee, East Bear Hill Road, member of the Open Space Committee. The Open Space Committee fully supports this. This is the $100,000 to help support the APR purchase of the Prospect Hill Community Orchard, which we've been working with Sudbury Valley trustees. The town has put in money the last few years. Harvard Conservation Trust and CHP is fundraising for this. So that in the end, what we will get is a 70-acre agricultural orchard. It'll be in agriculture in perpetuity at the end of this.
Thank you.
Don Ritchie, Glenview Drive. I just want to support what Jim just said. It's for a beautiful 70-acre parcel up on Prospect Hill Road, and as part of the Conservation Commission, we support this too.
Thank you. This is a majority vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? This passes unanimously. Number 5.
Okay, item 5, Still River Woods. Another, well, I'll let, there's a friendly amendment coming, I know. I just have a feeling about these things. The amount is $50,000, and the funding source is fiscal 2023 Community Preservation Fund unspecified reserves.
I anticipate a friendly amendment as well.
Yeah. You've got that feeling too.
Peter Dorward, Still River Road, Chair of the Open Space Committee. As in the last number 4 on number 5, I'd like to make a friendly amendment to change Harvard Open Space Committee to be the Conservation Commission. And just so everybody knows, the rationale for this is the Open Space Committee is not set up to either expend or to receive funds. So all open space protection funds have to throw, for conservation, have to throw through the Conservation Fund. I have a second part to the friendly amendment, and that's to change the description from being Still River Woods to being open space protection. And if I may give a little background on why. So the Still River Woods parcel is a 23-acre parcel off Willard Lane. It's one of the top priority pieces of open space in town that the Open Space Committee has identified to protect. His extensive wildlife habitat, wetlands, acts as a buffer to Bear Hill Pond, and it also connects to 5 parcels of protected open space, and it has a very actively used trail on it. However, HCT, the Conservation Trust, and the town have been trying to buy this parcel for many years, and we've been before town meeting before. The owner has recently raised the price by 1/3, and HCT made an offer recently that was rejected outright by the owner. The town previously authorized $100,000 at, I believe, the 2018 ATM, and that sunsets in June, so the beginning of July. So based on this, the Conservation Trust and the Open Space Committee have reluctantly decided that we need to shelve this project because it's unlikely to happen, and the money from CPIC is going to go away in July. So based on that, the Open Space Committee met this week, and we voted unanimously to request that the $50,000 in CPA funds for this project be instead placed in the CPA Conservation Fund to be used for the protection of open space in Harvard.
Thank you. Any discussion? So this was accepted as a friendly amendment to have Still River Woods changed to the Open Space Committee and the Harvard Open Space Committee language changed to Conservation Commission. So those are the two changes that were accepted by the committee. This is a majority vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? This passes by majority. Number 6.
Item 6, fire reports preservation. The recipient for these funds will be the Harvard Fire Department. A grant in the amount of, or funding in the amount of $11,495 to come from fiscal 2023 Community Preservation Fund unspecified reserves.
Any discussion? This is a majority vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? This passes unanimously. Number 7.
Item 7, Shaker Herb House preservation. This is from the Harvard Historical Commission, an amount of $58,500 from the fiscal 2023 Community Preservation Fund unspecified reserves for that project, for that work.
Thank you. Any discussion? Billy?
Billy Salter, Elm Street. I actually prepared to speak to this question, which is not my usual style. One of the things I did was I went and visited the Herb House, which I don't think too many people have done. You tiptoe through Ann DeBolt's backyard. If she's taking a nap, you're respectful. I think technically, actually, it's not her backyard because there's some land that the town owns. And you go on a little path into the woods, and you go down some nervous-making but very solid granite steps, and then there's a weird and fabulous little, maybe 30-foot square structure in a kind of a swale, and you can see the hill slope behind it. There are magnificent stone walls rising up to the side. It's really something. And it had for me this feeling, almost paradoxical feeling. It was obviously built for a purpose. I mean, that's what the Shakers did in general. It was obviously purpose-built. But you couldn't figure out what the purpose was. I mean, I even went inside because the door was not locked, which I'm not sure is the right thing. It's a fabulous building, and it should be preserved. Okay, that having been said, it's not clear to me what this article is actually trying to do, because I read the full report, the study report that the Harvard Historical Commission prepared. I downloaded the earlier version of the warrant. I read what the press said, and they all had different dollar amounts. The version of the warrant that I downloaded was $11,000 and change. The report on the Shaker House lists $48,350 for exterior repairs. This seems to be asking for $58,500. And if you read the report, which, as I say, I did, the goal of the report, the Historical Commission's goal is not just preservation. It's adaptive reuse. Essentially, that means here's a historical building, let's preserve it and do something cool with it. And they list a number of things like camping for the Girl Scouts, a little museum, maybe a store selling herbs and vegetables as a kind of homage to the Shakers. But there's no septic at the site. There's no septic possible at the site. There was a detailed, well, fairly extensive exterior renovation done about 12 years ago. And the guy who led that renovation, who's one of the leading renovation guys in New England, named Robert Adam at the Bennett Street School, reports that he thinks the exterior of the shed is sound as it is. Maybe it needs a little work. So I am concerned that we don't know what we're spending money on. Is it $58K for exterior? The amount in their report is a little bit less for exterior. What happened to the $11K that was in the draft downloadable version, which is all that anybody had until they walked into this meeting? And I think we need to think about, have a professionally done report on what, if any, exterior work is needed to preserve the building, and then take a deep breath and take a step back and think about preservation rather than reuse. I mean, this isn't a place that can support a lot of traffic. Hospitable as I have found Ann DeBolt to be, I don't see her. In fact, the first time I met, brief anecdote, the first time I met Ann DeBolt, my wife and I and our 2 little kids were looking at a house for sale in Shaker Village. The girls had to go to the bathroom. We asked what seemed like a nice lady across the street if they could. It was Ann. Of course they could. She gave us cookies, cider, etc. That was then. But I don't see Ann opening her facilities to people who come to the Herb House to have, say, a Girl Scout camp out. So I would urge us, yes, to preserve this, but not to vote this money until the Historical Commission articulates what they're trying to do and what their goal is, and until the town can go through a process to think about, do we want to do some fancy or semi-fancy adaptive reuse, or do we want to preserve this as a weird, cool, interesting historical artifact that happens to be a building that people can go visit? Thank you.
Maybe we need security cameras to see you tracking in there.
Excuse me. Security cameras are, in fact, in the report of the Historical Commission. This money is supposed to cover them.
Okay. Do you want to respond
Yeah,
to
but can we have Mandy Lindo, who is
Sure.
the architect
I'm
of the
Mandy
plan?
Lindo, Littleton Road. I'm a member of the Historic Commission, and I worked on the study. So to answer your first question, these funds are solely for the preservation of the building. One of the
I'm sorry, the exterior or both?
So the project is divided into 2 pieces. There's $53,000 and a grant we expect to get from the state, or excuse me, $58,000, and the other $58,000 we expect to get from a grant from the state. So, as you mentioned, you talked about the exterior of the building. Part of the problems with the building right now is the exterior of the building envelope is no longer weather tight. So what it is allowing is moisture to enter the building and rapidly decay the brickwork on the interior. If you've been in the building recently and you looked at that one wall, a significant amount of the brickwork is decaying. And if you went to the lower level and you looked at where the chimney comes down, I apologize, I'm not a public speaker, you'll also find that that area is rapidly decaying. Over the last 2 years, we estimate at least twice the number of bricks have begun to decay than when we started the study. So the issue is if you wish to preserve the building, the time to act is now. The bulk of this $58,000 that we're talking about on the table here will go to preserve the exterior of the building. Robert Adams, it was interesting because Robert Adams did give us a morning at the site. We walked through it, and we walked through and talked about some of the problems. So if you talked to Robert recently, I'm kind of surprised he didn't say the stonework needs to be repointed. There's rot in some of the door frames. The original doors need a preservation project done for them. There's an upper story door that's just rotted out. And I could go on and on and on without taking up a great deal of time. The challenge whenever you have a building like this is to act in a timely manner so that the cost of preservation does not become overly costly. If we delay several years, the brickwork will continue to decay rapidly, and you'll get to a point that as the bricks decay, you're going to get a collapse. And so our hope is, the hope of the Historic Commission is, we will agree to this $53,000, again, which will largely go to preservation of the exterior of the building and a little bit of interior work. This is essential, though, for us to get the other $58,000, I keep saying 53,000, $58,000 from the state for the preservation grant. I think we have a good chance of getting the preservation grant. We've been working with the Massachusetts Historic Commission for the last 4 months to get there, and I am hoping that you will concur that the building is worth saving. Thank you.
Thank you.
May I
introduce yourself
speak to
again?
that? Billy Salter, Elm Street. As I read your report, Manny, in the second phase, I take it, the part to be supported by the state, it includes lead paint removal, it includes 200 amp power, it includes an alarm system. These are not preservation. These are enhancements. I mean, who doesn't love an alarm system? But I think you're getting ahead of yourselves. I understand that in recent communication, Robert Adams said that he thought the building, the exterior envelope was in good shape. I would suggest, and I don't know if I should try to make a friendly amendment, I would suggest that the right thing to do is to get Robert Adams back, to have him do an actual formal report on what's needed for exterior renovation and stabilization only. It is certainly true that if you have a little leak, you can't just say, oh, that's little, let's leave it be, because the damage becomes big. This is correct, and ameliorating that before it's too late is obviously a good idea. So maybe we'll confer offline and see if we can come up with a friendly amendment and a figure, or else I would urge everyone to vote against this, and at the fall town meeting, ideally the Historical Commission will have come back with a different kind of proposal. Thank you.
So if I can just answer two things quickly. One is on the lead paint. What is the issue on the lead paint is it is coating the brickwork on the upper level and it is peeling. So what we looked at was what was the best way of addressing removing the peeling paint. Now what we've gone to is what we call a lead paint reduction, which means we address the lead paint that can easily be removed safely, and the paint that can't be will cover it or protect the environment another way. Again, if you vote
exterior paint,
that's
right?
interior paint. So let me just finish. Again, what I will tell you, if you vote against this $58,000, again, excuse me, you are also voting against the $58,000 we will get in the state grant.
Okay, Billy.
I'd like to speak to that issue because I
Billy,
think
there's
we
other,
very
there's
much
Billy, there's other people that are waiting in
don't
line.
want.
Billy.
We're kind of having a dialogue.
And that's not what town
really
meeting's for, Billy.
Don't want the
Billy?
state money to do stuff that we shouldn't do. Thank you.
Brad.
Brad Bessie, Westcott Road. I move the question.
We got one guy, man.
Huh?
It's been seconded.
This.
Do you want to let him speak, or you want?
I think he can. Okay, but do I have to listen to 15 more minutes of each side unmoderated?
No, we're just. You can move it right after him. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Mark Savigny, 74 Shaker Road. Advocate, absolute advocate for historic preservation. I've restored a very large historic building in the Shaker Village. The proponent spoke to Robert Adam, a notable, respected authority who knows the building well, as we know, worked on it in 2008. We contacted Robert Adam because I had a lot of concerns about what I was reading in as to the work that was planned to be done to this building. I will quote Robert Adam. Despite the lack of maintenance and use, the structure is in good condition and should remain so for many years. I am concerned that the proposed project under discussion has not been well vetted by preservation professionals, and a final plan has not been fully articulated that is appropriate. I believe the best approach for the preservation of this unique structure is not to adapt it for some repurposed condition, but rather to leave it alone to be interpreted as is. Now, this is a complicated proposal because it sounds like we're just allocating $58,500 for historic preservation, but that's really not what's going on here. We're trying to match dollar for dollar a state grant with the Harvard CPC dollars, which we cherish for historic preservation and should use those very judiciously, combining those to do interior work that has nothing to do with historic preservation, it's the proposed uses for the building are not allowed by zoning. A museum is not allowed, according to our zoning, unless you have 2.5 acres or more of land. A Girl Scouts camping is not going to happen without a toilet facility and running water. There is no septic system, no hope of ever getting a septic system in this building. The reason why the town owns this building is because of litigation related to trying to get a septic system installed for this property. Another use of a store, the agricultural residential district zoning does not allow for commercial use. So these are all inappropriate uses, and doing lead remediation on the interior, putting 200 amp service, security systems, and I guarantee you the security alarms are going to go off and will not ever be due to a break-in, because we have not had break-ins in that building. It will just be to wake up the neighbors and poor Mr. Bolt, who lives right in front of the building. I think what we need to do is rejigger this proposal to strictly focus on the historic preservation of things that are immediately needed. I just want to respond to one thing. This building is not about to collapse. It's a stone building. The spalling on the bricks that the previous speaker was referring to are on a chimney, and the same bricks were used in the building that I lived in previously on South Shaker Road. The spalling, which is what it's called when the bricks slowly deteriorate, happens over a long period of time and slowly on bricks that absorb moisture during the warm weather, and then cold weather comes in and freezes it and slowly breaks it apart. It's something which should be taken care of, but this is something which is a very slow and lengthy process. There is nothing urgent that needs to be done to protect this building from falling. In 2008, all of the soffits were replaced, the roof was re-roofed, doors which protect the building envelope were all very carefully and very meticulously restored or repaired, which is the right treatment for this building, not replacing components as this proposal is saying.
One last. Go ahead.
Okay. Yep, hold on. Stop, Brad. Stop. Yeah, I am. Stop. I got this, okay? I do. So, hold on just a second. It's been moved and seconded. Let's vote on that. Takes majority. All those in favor of moving them? I understand you can vote no on moving. Two-thirds on moving the question. All those in favor of moving the question? All those opposed? The question has not been moved. Proceed.
And vote.
Can you step closer to the mic so I could hear you, please?
79 Shaker Road. I'm a past member of the Historic District Commission, which was the name it was founded with. And I've seen the herb drying house every day for lots of years. The proposal today is not a case of saving the herb house. The herb house was thoroughly stabilized and secure 12 years ago. It was done precisely with restoration, rebuilding, and repairing, thoroughly completed by preservation professionals and headed by Adam from North Bennett Street School. The proposal today is about repurposing. Some of the considerations you've heard, the two major ones, are it's in the wetlands, and there's quite a bit of water seasonally, high water. And the other thing is access to the herb house is treacherous and restricted in many ways. It's not easy to get there. So here we are today, and with the assessment that despite no maintenance in 12 years, the building's in good condition and stabilized. Stabilized is what the whole effort was for. And I support respecting it as it is.
Thank you. With no further discussion, this is a majority vote. All those in favor? We're voting on number 7 for funding. All those in favor? All those opposed? This does not pass. Number 8.
Item 8, Civil War tablet restoration. This is a request made by the Select Board for the amount of $11,775, which will come from the fiscal 2023 Community Preservation Fund unspecified reserves.
Any discussion? Majority vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? This passes unanimously. Number 9.
Item 9, preservation of historic town documents. This is an annual request that we get from Town Hall, the town clerk, this year for the amount of $21,480, which will come from the fiscal 2023 Community Preservation Fund unspecified reserves.
Any discussion? Majority vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? This passes unanimously. Number 10.
Item 10, affordable housing reserves is the CPC is required by law to grant 10% of our annual budget towards affordable housing. And that's, so the requesting organization here is Municipal Affordable Housing Trust. The amount is $38,879, and this is to come from the fiscal 2023 Community Preservation Fund unspecified reserves.
Any discussion? All those in favor? This is a majority. All those opposed? This passes by majority. Number 11.
Item 11 is debt payment on Town Hall. Historic preservation. This is a request that came from the town's finance director. It's in the amount of $46,988 to come from the fiscal 2023 Community Preservation Fund unspecified reserves.
Any discussion? Majority vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? This passes unanimously. And number 12.
Item 12, Community Preservation Committee administrative expenses. This is something that the CPC annually requests in the amount of $2,500 to come from the fiscal 2023 Community Preservation Fund unspecified reserves to offset annual expenses, including membership into the Community Preservation Coalition.
Any discussion? Majority vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? That passes unanimously. Thank you, Dee Dee.
Thank you.
Article 22.
Mr. Moderator, Stu Sklar, Scott Road, Chair of Select Board. I move that the town authorize the Select Board lease as a lessor a portion of the town-owned Hildreth property off of Air Road, having an address of 15 Elm Street, Harvard, Mass., for the purpose of installing and operating a wireless communications tower and accessory equipment on said land to improve town public safety and mobile phone reception in the town of Harvard, for a term to be specified in a lease agreement between the town and the company chosen to install the tower and lease said land.
It's been seconded. Sure.
So we, over the last year or two, we hired a company to do a study of cell coverage in the town. Excuse me. There are a number of gaps in the coverage, especially in the town center and going down to the pond. From a safety standpoint, this location seems to provide the most bang for the buck. And the other point of doing it like this is that you take a little control of this, so you have a better chance of getting a better deal when you go out looking for the cell companies versus having them come in and say where they want to site a tower. So that's why we're bringing this forth to town meeting.
Thank you.
Brad Bessie, Westcott Road. I'm all for more cell signals as I stare at my one bar of AT&T here right now in the center of town. But I'm vehemently against this. The theme that has come out today in town meeting is preservation of green spaces and green tech and of our historic character of the town, yet we're proposing to put an eyesore on the highest point in town that is visible everywhere in the historic district. There are other solutions that could solve this problem. There's contacts that I have in the industry of companies that will go in and place antennas into church steeples or belfries or the town hall tower that would provide probably not the same level, but significantly better, more improved cell coverage, while not damaging permanently the historic character and the eyesights of our town and the downtown areas. I would urge us to investigate some of those alternatives to camouflage antennas in Town Hall, the Unitarian Church steeple, if they're open to it, Congregational Belfry, if they're open for it, as a way of solving the problem and having it be hidden as to not damage the historic character of our town. Thank you.
John Lee, 27 Air Road.
John, can you get a little closer?
John Lee, 27 Air Road. Yes, I'm in a butter, probably the closest resident to this proposed site. In order to site an antenna in this position, I think they would have to go against every bylaw that has been written on cell towers in the town of Harvard. It is closer than 500 feet to Air Road and Elm Street. It is closer than 6 times the height or 7 times the height requested to a resident, and that is not just mine, it is probably 6 or 7 residents. They are requesting a height larger or taller than the zoning bylaws accept right now. They want to go to 135 feet. And they're also possibly closer to boundary lines. I agree with the previous speaker. It is detrimental to our historic character and town. Every time you look at the church, the town hall, the Hildreth House, we're going to be looking at a huge tower with an array of antennas that who knows how large they'll be. We were told that we have some flexibility over sighting, but we don't have any flexibility over the tower and what goes on that tower. I would recommend that everyone here vote against this. There are alternatives, as he spoke to. There are also other hills in Harvard that give maybe not the best coverage, but will give coverage to other areas that suffer pretty badly.
No question.
Nathan Finch, Codman Hill Road. The site, if I remember correctly, is up in the woods on top of that hill behind Hildreth House. That's fairly far off the road, and it's not like they're building a tower here. It's way over there in spots where it's actually fairly difficult to see unless you're like looking for it. I definitely have had multiple problems with not being able to use my phone when I'm in the center of town or down by the lake. God forbid anything happens at the lake and you're not able to actually call the police. I think this is a safety issue, and I think it needs to pass. Thank you.
John McCormack, Trail Ridge Way. Just for clarification, the way I read this is the select board is asking for the authority to lease this land for that purpose. It is not saying that it is going to provide the variances required by zoning or anything else that this tower will still need to meet all of those hurdles that my predecessor here was talking about. That is, in terms of public safety and zoning requirements and all of those other things, right? This is just saying that the select board has that authorization to lease the land, not how that land will be used.
Yes and no. We are looking for the authorization to lease it and put out an RFP, but by doing it, as I said at the beginning of this, by us putting out the RFP, we can get back what we want. So towers come in all shapes and forms these days. You can get one that aesthetically blends in a little bit better than what you associate for just an industrial tower. It would meet all zoning requirements and setbacks. That's not being asked for an exemption. It should meet all those requirements. And on that very cold day when we did the balloon test, which was the middle of the winter, you really had a hard, I personally went all around town. It's hard to see it. It was hard to see it in the winter. In the summer, you're not really going to see it. You'll see it a little bit. It's not going to be invisible, but you can try to do things to blend it in. I know people don't like the pine trees, but you could. There are a number of new antenna type arrays that you can do. And when we did the study, the consultant that we paid to do this came back with, you can't put it in the church towers. You really need the height to cover things like the beach from a public safety standpoint. So it was the best answer that the consultants gave us.
But the short answer is yes, they will still need to meet the zoning and the setback requirements
yes.
that are already in place.
Correct.
Yes.
Your turn.
Hi, Emma Bleidenberg on 9 Pond Road, and I am very well aware of what the cell phone issues are there. It's one of the reasons why I still have a landline as well, and my new phone helps. But anyway, I think you may have answered my question. I guess I am concerned about what this will look like and what this will be like, and I wish I had more information about that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right. Well,
Tony Schwarzkopf, South Shaker Road. I'm just curious, comment earlier, forgive me if everyone else knows the answer to this, but like transfer station and the way back of the property at Depot Fields, what's the status of that and how did it compare? It seems like, can you give any comment on that?
I'm trying to remember the map coverage.
So your question is why not use back of there
Yeah,
rather than up on the hill here?
A less prominent spot in town that also is pretty high up. So I'm just curious.
Actually, if you,
Introduce
Marie
yourself.
Solbelvero, St. John Lane, if you go to the select board packets of November 16th, 2021, it's online, super cool report by Isotrope. It shows something that we're all pretty familiar with, which is where all the huge gaps are in coverage. Looking at the area that you're mentioning and behind Depot Road, there are gaps, but by the same token, the area northwest, I have the report here, on Prospect Hill has significant coverage. Part of the interest in the siting on the Hildreth House property is for more extensive coverage near our active waterfront as well as near Green Erie. So
I think, and thank you again for giving my ignorance, I'll go look up that report. But you're saying basically like that half mile or so northwest, you lose the coverage that we're hoping to get down here. Like you still don't get good enough
yes,
coverage. Yes,
they've modeled out.
Okay.
So again, go to the select board packet online. It's so cool.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Moderator, Bob O'Shea, Old Littleton Road. I have a tower right across from my house, right across Route 2. I don't see it because it's been camouflaged with the tree looking like a tree. Having worked in the defense industry for 36 years, all of our sighting equipment looks for straight lines. Nature does not do straight lines. So everybody will see a straight line pole and it just jump out at you because that's what nature is. So I would advocate that if you're going to do this, and I'm not arguing the position anywhere in town, I think we have set a precedent in town and it should definitely have a camouflage tree look to it just because you won't see it, it won't be jumping out at you because it'll look more like nature.
Thank you.
Laurie Lingham, Oak Hill Road. Is it the case that there's revenue to be realized for the town?
Yeah, thank you, Laurie. I forgot to mention that. Yes, we would. It would generate some amount of revenue. I'm not going to give you an exact number. About 30 to 50,000. 42 is the number we've used most of the time, but about $42,000 annually. Thank you.
Paul Green, Old Littleton Road. Mr. Moderator, a previous speaker alluded to using the church towers. I was a part of a committee some years ago where the Congregational Church looked into using our tower, and we had zero interest despite having a person on our committee who was in the business and knew how to send it out. So I don't think that's really very practical. And I think the advantage, as the proponent has pointed out, of having the town do this is that they can set some limits on it. We can control this. If this company, it's kind of an interesting business. There are companies that specialize in putting these towers up and then lease them to the phone companies, as you probably know. But if the town doesn't do this, a neighbor or anyone purchasing the lot next door could go through the same process, and then the town would have no control over it. But I think a bigger point is simply that these devices are here to stay. They're not going anywhere. We give them to our children at a young age so they'll be safe. What's the point of giving it to your kids if it doesn't work when they need it, okay? And lastly, I just have to laugh at all the people that say this is ugly or something. I think electric poles are ugly. Telephone poles are ugly. How come nobody's up here speaking against them? It's because you got used to it. It was there before you were born. It's going to be there after you die. Same thing for these cell towers. Get over it. We need this. It's part of a modern society. And I definitely want to commend the Board of Selectmen for taking a measured approach and bringing in the professionals and really looking at all aspects of this, because I think that's That's what we expect, and that's what's happened. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Sharon McCarthy, East Bear Hill Road. I would like to offer a direction to the Select Board that obviously the shape and size of this tower is of concern to a number of residents. And so when this proposal is let, or the RFP is let, and the proposals are reviewed, I encourage you to make this a public process and invite the residents to review the proposals.
Thank you.
Margaret Nestler, Croft Lane. I'm not an IT professional by any stretch, but or a cellular whatever. I thought the technology was actually moving in the direction of more frequent and smaller or shorter towers. So I'm not sure why we're now talking about placing an extremely tall cell tower in the center of our historic center. Secondly, if the concern is about the beach and having service there, I know there's a Bolton Road location that doesn't have quite the same scope as this one, but so I guess my comment really is that I wish that we would look into a different strategy that didn't disrupt and degrade our historical center. Thank you.
Could I comment on a question that was in that?
It wasn't a question.
Well, there was sort of about the technology issue.
Go ahead. Wasn't really.
Just we have looked at 5G is supposed to be little antennas on telephone poles. 5G ain't coming to Harvard for a long, long time. It's just not cost feasible to get it done. So for right now, we're stuck with cell towers. Same way we don't have fiber optic cable for internet access before Charter came along. It's hard to get companies to wire a town like Harvard like that. So that's why we're not doing the small antennas, and we can't get someone to do that.
Last.
Justin Brown, Park Lane, Chair of the Planning Board. I hear a number of my neighbors commenting about the design and scale of this. I just want to let everyone know that there is a governing bylaw in the Code of Harvard. I believe it's 125-27. It's one of our longer ones. When an applicant for a cell phone tower actually comes in and is actually going to be built, they have to come before the planning board. There's a public process for that, and a lot of these design considerations are taken at that point with your peers, your neighbors at the helm. So I think some of that can be handled there. I think there's also a question, I think, coming from the audience that hasn't been quite addressed about public safety. I was wondering if the presenter could comment on that.
No, I mean, one of the main reasons we're doing this is public safety at the beach, and as one speaker got up to say, if you lose power on Warren Ave and you don't have cell phone service, so if you live in a home there, you're sort of SOL. So we're trying to get the most bang for the buck and take some control over this on where we site it and generate a little revenue for the town, but really give the most benefit. And thank you, Chief.
Hi, Rick Seacard, Harvard Fire. On top of public safety, cellular equipment isn't the only thing going on in this tower. Radio equipment is for fire and for police, because we have the same dead spots in town as cellular. So there are parts on Store Road, we have 0 radio communications, very spotty right there at the town beach. So the public safety side of this is the driving force why I would really like to see this, but it's another thing to consider with the cell coverage as well.
Thank you.
Robert Curran, Slough Road. I just have a question, Stu. How long would the lease be for?
I'm not sure. Mark, how long would you do leases like that? 20 years? Okay, so 20 years with renewal options.
Right.
It could be less. I mean, it's RFP. One of the reasons we want to do this is that we get to dictate some terms.
I agree with you on the 5G being a few years out, but not 20 years out. and it will be an eyesore. I did take pictures on the day that it was out, and you can see it. It will definitely change the character of the town, and that's just a question we have to ask ourselves if we're willing to accept a very different looking town. I recently was doing a project where I was looking at pictures of the town from, over 100 years ago, and the town still looks very much like it did 100 years ago. You put a tower in there, it's going to look very differently. So it's just something that we need to consider.
Looks like there's no more additional discussion, so this is a 2/3 vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? This passes by 2/3. Is someone calling for a count? 7 people have to raise their cards if they want to count. We have a call for a count. Can my counters come up, please? Okay. We're close. Okay, so you two. Take, no, not you. No, Paul, you're over here. I know, I'm kidding. I think we're okay with. Actually, no. Why don't you count? Sign it. I'm going to have you count the back 2 sets. That should be pretty quick. You two count this right-hand side, please. From the line here, and then you two count from this where the camera line is here. This group, as well as that. No, you're going to count the back 2 sets. Okay. 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 Listen up. I'm going to have you keep your cards in the air until I say put them down. All those in favor, please put your cards up. You guys have the same number? Yes.
Miraculously, we have the same.
Okay, let her know. Okay, yep. You're not done, we got to count. You're in agreement. Okay, 34? Okay, you can put your hands down. All those opposed, put your cards up. All those opposed.
You can sit. Thank you. Thank you, counters. It passes. The vote was 71 for, 28 against. It passed. Article 23.
Mr. Moderator, Stu Sklar, Scott Road, Chair of Select Board. I move that the town authorize the Select Board to lease the roof of the Harvard Council on Aging building on Lancaster County Road to Selectric Energy Development, LLC, for the purpose of installing and operating a solar photovoltaic system for a term to be specified in a power and purchase agreement between the town and Selectric Energy Development, LLC.
It's been seconded.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So as we talked about earlier in the meeting, the new Council on Aging building is sort of ideal for solar, and we do want to explore that possibility. But in order to do that, we need a two-thirds vote here, because any lease for municipal property requires a two-thirds vote. But we are optimistic we're going to be able to get this done.
Thank you. Discussion?
Hi. Ellen Sachs-Leisher, Warren Ave, also chair of the Harvard Climate Initiative. So I just want to say I'm very happy to see this. I'm very happy to support it. I think our committee will be very happy to see this. This is the same group that did the work on HES, and it's just great. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Candleberry Lane, Chair, Energy Advisory Committee. I heard you say that it was a lease to Select Energy, and the article doesn't say that. I want to make sure. We don't have an agreement prepared yet, or we haven't received a proposal for a PPA from anyone, so I want to make sure it's not going to be limited to Select Energy.
Marie?
Hold on just a second.
Hang on.
Okay, so we're going to make a friendly amendment to this?
Yeah, we accept the friendly amendment. Want me to reread the motion with taking Select Energy Development out and leaving it open-ended? Leaving it open for who it would be?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Should I reread it?
Yeah, reread. Well, any other friendly amendments? Okay. Go ahead, read it.
Okay. I move the town authorize the Select Board to lease the roof of the Harvard Council on Aging building on Lancaster County Road for the purpose of installing and operating a solar photovoltaic system for a term to be specified in a power and purchase agreement, period. Right? Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Okay. Any discussion? Nate.
Nathan Finch, Cudman Hill Road. I presume with one of these agreements, it will save the town money. Is that true? In general? Like, if we do this, we will save money. If we don't do this, we will not. Is that true?
Oh, yes. I guess is the short answer.
Okay.
Ideally, we would sell it back to the grid, I would assume. Or if we put the batteries in, we could use it in the building too. That's TBD.
Okay.
Yes,
What?
it will save us money.
Save us money. Yeah, either way, it'll save us money.
Thank you. That's all.
Brad Bessie, Westcott Road, all for solar, and generally think this is a good idea. I just want to understand, though, if we do this, are we exploring all options, not just the PPA? I mean, and how is that being determined?
Yeah, the Select Board, it'd be under the Select Board's purview, along with consultations with a Harvard Energy Advisory Committee, but yeah, we want to lease the roof for solar power.
Right, but if you decide that there's the model shows that owning versus leasing might be better, we would consider
has
all
to be-
options, not locked into just
Right, all options are open. That's why we took out
Okay.
the company there, and we can explore all options like that.
Thank you.
Okay, two-thirds vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? This passes by two-thirds. Article 24.
Mr. Moderator, Stu Sklar, Scott Rowe, Chair of Select Board. I move that the town appropriate the sums of money to defray the expenses of the town enterprise funds for fiscal year 2023 using the following revenue sources. User charges for sewer, $50,000. Ambulance, $155,000. Betterments for sewer, $92,195. Not applicable for ambulance. FY 2021 certified retained earnings, $30,000 for the sewer, $100,175 for the ambulance. So total revenue for the sewer would be $172,195, and for ambulance, $255,175. And the expenses, direct expenses for the sewer are $172,195. For the ambulance, $255,175. So total expenses for the sewer, $172,195. And for the ambulance, $255,175.
It's been seconded. Any discussion? This needs majority. All those in favor? All those opposed? This passes unanimously. Article 25. There you are.
Susan Mary Redinger, Chair of the School Committee, Air Road. Mr. Moderator, I move that the town amend Chapter 21 of the Town Code, Departmental Revolving Funds, by adding thereto the new section entitled Section 21-5.9, Harvard Elementary School Electric Vehicle Charging Station Revolving Fund, as printed on page 48 of the Finance Committee report and warrant for this annual town meeting, to authorize the establishment of a revolving fund pursuant to the provisions of Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 44, Section 53E1/2 for the Hildreth Elementary School Electric Vehicle Charging Station. This is necessary.
Hold up.
Oh, yeah.
Anyone
Second?
want a second?
Thank you. This motion is necessary. We have a charging station in use at the Hildreth Elementary School, which is awesome. But in order to receive the funds to then pay for the electricity that we're getting charged for, we need a revolving account set up to do that, according to the motion.
Thank you. Discussion.
Seth Trotz, Fairbank Street. As a plug-in hybrid owner who's nearby, is it a charge point type enabled station that the public can use, or is this only for faculty and staff at the school?
Charge point, and anyone can use it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Brian Smith, Candleberry Lane, Chair of the Energy Advisory Committee. I want to confirm that I know that everyone may not know, but this is the only charging station in town right now. But we have plans to install future charging stations in all locations around town. And I want to make sure that this revolving account can support future charging stations, both whether it's on school property or whether it's in town property.
Yes, right. I've been told by the town administrator that that can happen. Yes.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? This is majority vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? This passes unanimously. Article 26.
Don Ludwig, East Bear Hill, for the Finance Committee. I move that the town establish the fiscal year 2023 expenditure limitations on the revolving funds previously established by the town as printed on page 48 of the Warrant and Finance Committee report for the 2022 annual town meeting.
It's been seconded. Any discussion? This is a majority.
Yeah, this really just sets the spending limits for each of the revolving accounts.
Thank you. Majority vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? This passes unanimously. Okay, Article 27. We have to do a quick appointment of a temporary moderator. Due to my conflict of interest, I will not proceed as town moderator of the discussion and vote on Article 27. I, Bill Barton, hereby, do I do this or do you do this? I think I do it. She does it? I do it. Okay. I hereby appoint you, Rich Maori, to serve as deputy moderator at this ATM for the sole purpose of presiding over the ATM's discussion and vote on Article 27. Accept?
I accept.
Okay. Excuse me?
We have to vote it.
Oh, yeah. Now well, it's his to vote, right? Okay, swear him in. I need to take a majority vote for this to happen. All those in favor? All those opposed? Okay. It's all yours.
Article 27.
I move that the town propose the amendment to Article 3, elected and appointed town agencies, Section 3-4, Town Moderator of the Town Charter, to change the term of the moderator from 1 year to 3 years, as on pages 48 and 49 of the Finance Committee report and warrant for this annual town meeting.
I have a second. Any discussion? Nick?
Mr. Moderator, Nick Browse, Still River Village. I cannot support this. The town moderator is responsible for a great many things around town, running town meeting, but also making senior appointments. The moderator needs to be accountable to the town, and this change reduces that accountability for no tangible benefit that at least I can see. Second, I understand from the press that you yourself proposed this. That is the definition of self-serving, and we should reject it on that basis alone. Thank you.
Nathan Finch, Codman Hill Road. Can you explain why?
Sure. And you're correct, I did propose it. Most other positions are elected for 3-year terms. There has been, from my memory, no one that has ever run against town moderator prior to me, or since I've been doing this for the last 5+ years. So it reduces some of that burden on the rest of my life of having to go around and seek all of the signatures that are demanded every year since we've done away with the quorum that used to happen prior.
Thank you. I'm in support of this because I think having to run for office every single year is a waste of time and stress on the moderator. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tony Swartzkoff, South Shaker. Again, I'm just curious, is there a reason that this was set as 1 year, however long ago, and everything else was 3, that anyone's aware of?
Always been.
I guess the answer is it's always been.
What do most towns have? Is this unique that we're 1 year, or is there most towns in the state have it as 1 year?
It's a variety across town by town.
Any other discussion?
Steve Richter, Hines Lane. I have a suspicion that in the deep dark past, the moderator was elected by town meeting at the town meeting, and that's why it might be once every year.
Thank you, Steve. Seeing no further discussion, we'll vote. This needs 2/3 for passage. All those in favor? Thank you. All those opposed? This motion passes by 2/3. While I have the floor, wanted to remind some of you that the select board is having 2 members, Alice von Lessica and Stu Sklar, step off and retire this year. Alice has actually begun her retirement as she's on a cruise and missing this town meeting, but Stu is here, and we want to take a quick moment and call him up here. And just, many of you know he's been a select board member for 9 years prior to that, several terms on the school committee. And Stu, we just want to thank you for all your hard work and dedication and improvements to the town.
Speechless. Thank you so much. It's been an honor and a privilege. And again, what I said at the beginning of this meeting, I appreciate everyone participating, because this is what democracy looks like in New England. And thanks again for this. And it was my honor to serve. Thank you.
Well done, sir. Okay. Article 28. Where is George? 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 Article 28? Someone else want to present this? Thank you, Aaron.
Aaron McBee, Littleton Road. I don't know if you need that. I move that the town, thanks, I'm afraid it's going to squeak on me. Thank you. I move the town authorize the select board to grant to the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, acting by and through the Massachusetts Historic Commission, a perpetual historic preservation on the building known as the Harvard Shaker Herb House, located 81 Shaker Road, Harvard, Massachusetts, on such terms and conditions and for such consideration as the select board deems appropriate, contingent upon receipt of a matching state grant.
It's been seconded.
So to Manny's point, the language, yeah. There was a second, sorry.
Yep.
Mr. Moderator?
Hold on just a sec. I want to make sure I got clarity. Can we?
Yeah, because you could still apply for the grant.
Because we
you
get a
know.
grant next year. Okay. Yeah. So, discussion.
I propose what I hope is a friendly amendment to take out the phrase contingent upon receipt of a matching state grant.
Now, who do we get to vote
what the
on?
article would then do is grant the Commonwealth a perpetual historical preservation thing on this property, whether or not any money comes to it. This, I would think, would facilitate the preservation of that building and might make certain things easier.
So
do we have members of Historic Commission here?
The question is Historic Commission here?
Because they have to vote on whether it's a friendly amendment.
Yeah, yeah.
No? Oh, I'm sorry. I misunderstood. I made the motion. Okay, sorry. Okay, sorry. Sorry. Go ahead, Billy. I'm sorry.
So his request is a friendly amendment to take the last half of that sentence of the last out, contingent upon receipt of a matching state grant.
Correct.
Has that been accepted as a friendly amendment?
Being that I'm not on the Historic Commission, and I'm the one that presented it, I guess I will go and defer to Manny's opinion, if you don't mind, or somebody from Historic.
So I think the Historic Commission would...
Please identify yourself. Manny, please identify yourself.
Manny Lindo, Littleton Road, Historic Commission. I think the concept of a historic restriction is a wonderful idea for that building. The reality is there is a value to those restrictions, though, and to give it up to the Mass Historical without any enumeration in return, I think might be short-sighted. It is part of the deal that you're making with the Mass Historical to get some money out of them. So I actually think you should leave it in there because it is a little bit of a hook for them to give us money in the future.
So that does sound like not accepting as a friendly amendment.
Well, because if you drop it, then there's...
In the mic, please.
Sorry.
No conversation. Yep. So it sounds like that's not accepted as a friendly amendment.
Hi, Mark Savigny, Shaker Road in Harvard. I used to own a property that had a historic preservation restriction on it, the South Family Stone Barn. The important part of a preservation restriction is the language that's in it. That defines whether there will be public access, what kind of changes can be made to it. a huge number of details. I think our preservation restriction had like 30 pages of legalese describing the conditions that are in the historic preservation restriction. So I'm not sure quite what we're voting for because we're not seeing the language of the preservation restriction. I really want to see a historic preservation restriction on this, and I think Mr. Lindo mentioned that it tends to devalue a property, and you generally try to get some remuneration for that devaluation. In this case, it's a town-owned building. It has no practical future use. I don't think that we're going to be getting any money for a historic preservation restriction on this, but still, I want to know what the terms and conditions are, and how will the public have some opportunity to provide input into the language of it. You know, there's a state agency that's going to approve it, and they're going to only approve it if it has certain preservation conditions in it, but then there are some squishy give and take, and it's just not clear from this what we're enabling the select board to do. I mean, the select board could say a preservation restriction that doesn't allow the public anywhere near the building, and the state might find that a perfectly acceptable condition, but we have no opportunity to weigh in on what the conditions are in this preservation restriction, so I think we might want to see a draft of the language before we vote on it.
And again, this was brought by Historic, and I'm just filling in here just to reference that. But yes, so the question is this a question? Is my question?
No. I guess it's more of a comment that
Thank you.
it would seem irresponsible of the town meeting body to vote on a preservation restriction without knowing what the conditions are in the preservation restriction, because it might be taking away some opportunities and access that we should be aware of before we sign that off. So I would say, let's give this some more thought. Let's give the Historic Commission some opportunity to present to the town meeting what are the conditions within this before we vote on it.
Thank you.
Beth Williams, Granite View Lane, member of the Community Preservation Commission, or committee here in town. The Commonwealth has been tightening the rules for community preservation committees, and one of the things that we're being asked to do is to verify for historic preservation projects on a properties to see if they have this preservation restriction on them, and to find out if they're going to be doing so. So allowing the select board to have this ability also allows our historic commission on this property to look for funding from community preservation, from the Commonwealth. Thank you.
Thank you.
Frederick Hinchler, Still River Road. Is it possible to place an amendment such that the such terms and conditions and for such consideration as the select board deems appropriate, subject to approval at town meeting, unquote? Can that be done?
That can be done.
I think I would make that amendment.
You're asking that as a friendly amendment?
Yes. I think that would answer previous speaker's question.
Amendment to my friendly amendment.
So then that would mean that if there was historic preservation placed on it, that the review of the language of that historic preservation would have to be presented at a future town meeting?
That's
Yeah,
what I'm
basically,
hearing.
yes. The conditions would be made known at town meeting and approved.
I'm not going to accept that as a friendly amendment.
You were not?
Yeah, well, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, there'll have to be a vote on the amendment, whatever I say, unless
No,
I say
not,
it's friendly.
not if it's friendly.
But we have to vote on the amendment.
Okay, so we first have to vote, then it's not being accepted as a friendly amendment, so we need to vote first on this. Can you give me the language one more time?
Yes, change the line on such receipt, on such terms and conditions, and for such consideration as the select board deems appropriate, subject to approval at town meeting, or legalese like that.
Inserting it in.
Yes.
Okay, so that's going to take a 2/3 vote. We're voting on the amendment. Aaron, would you read that one more time so everybody
Yes.
has exactly what we're voting on?
So the amendment will change the language to say, to see if the town will vote to authorize the select board to grant to the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, acting by and through the Massachusetts Historical Commission, a perpetual historic preservation on the building known as the Harvard Shaker Herb House, located at 81 Shaker Road, Harvard, Massachusetts, on such terms and conditions and for such consideration as the select board deems appropriate, subject to approval at annual town meeting, contingent upon receipt of a matching state grant or pass any vote or votes in relation thereto. I think I got it. You believe he wanted to strike the language, Billy? Okay.
He just wanted to add subject to approval at town meeting. Where'd he go?
Did we get the language right, sir?
Come on back. I'm going to get it.
Oh, thank you.
I need you to do one thing for me.
I think his mic wasn't working.
Okay, so that's the motion that's on the floor. That's it. Mike, I can't hear him.
What is the sort of hierarchy of what we're voting on now?
We're voting on the amendment first, as just noted, to include subject to the terms, or subject to the approval at town meeting.
What
Once-
about my, frankly, earlier friendly amendment to strike some words? What's happened with that?
I repeated that it wasn't accepted as a friendly amendment, and you left and you didn't propose it as an amendment.
Oh, okay. Can I do that now, or do I
Nope.
need to wait for this?
You need to wait till this is done.
Great, thank you.
Yep.
I will. Patiently.
Okay. 2/3 vote. This is to...
For the
Oh,
amendment.
I'm so glad you're with me. Okay, the amendment is a majority, and that's to include the language about subject to approval at town meeting. All those in favor? All those opposed? This passes by majority, so that will be included in there, in that language. Billy?
Billy Salter, Elm Street. I would like to propose an amendment to the motion as amended to strike the phrase contingent upon receipt of a matching state grant. Though I make it in a friendly spirit, I understand that's not how it has been received.
Thank you.
It's been seconded. It's not accepted as a friendly amendment.
Oh, wait, no.
Or is it?
Yeah, I think it's, I don't know if it makes
No,
sense.
that's what we did this before. So
Oh,
now
sorry.
he's putting it in there as an amendment.
This is a different amendment. Oh, my gosh.
This-
Oh, thank you.
Correct. So Billy?
Sorry. I thought I had a second bite of the apple, but no. I already said that.
Aaron?
Yes.
Okay, so the amendment on the floor that we're voting on is to strike the last half of the last sentence of the motion that says contingent upon receipt of matching state grant.
Okay, I'm ready. To see if the town will vote to authorize the select board to grant to the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, acting by and through the Massachusetts Historical Commission, a perpetual historic preservation on the building known as the Harvard Shaker Herb House, located at 81 Shaker Road, Harvard, Massachusetts, on such terms and conditions and for such consideration as the select board deems appropriate, subject to approval at annual town meeting, period.
This is a majority vote on the amendment. Yes. All those in favor of the amendment? All those opposed? This passes by majority. So okay, Billy, you got that? So that means we're done with Article 28. No, we got to vote again. On the whole thing. We got to vote on the whole thing.
Sorry, I was done.
As amended.
Sorry.
Correct. And this is go ahead.
Yes, so I need to read it again?
One more time.
To see if the town will vote to authorize the Select Board to grant to the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, acting by and through the Massachusetts Historical Commission, a perpetual historic easement on the building known as the Harvard Shaker Herb House, located at 81 Shaker Road, Harvard, Massachusetts, on such terms and conditions and for such consideration as the Select Board deems appropriate, subject to approval at annual town meeting.
Now, this is a 2/3 vote. Oops, it's been seconded.
Yeah.
Oop, discussion, sorry. I missed you.
John McCormack, Trail Ridge Way. So this passage here that says pass any vote or votes in relation thereto has been struck from.
That's not in the motion.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. So, one more.
For what it's worth, being late,
I need your
this
name
is
and address.
Pamela Marston,
Thank you.
Madigan Lane Historical Commission. This property is within the historical district, is protected with all the rules and regulations that go along with that. It can fall into disrepair, demolition by neglect, it's known as. So that's a possibility, and I think according to what the grant was that Manny wrote, and I appreciate everything he has done and his group of people who were working on that grant. I think the grant required that this article be put in, be part of it. If the grant were okayed by this town meeting, we would have to apply for the historical preservation. But since it wasn't, I don't think that's necessary anymore.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? Okay, 2/3 vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? This passes by 2/3. Article 29.
Hope this isn't. Hope this. Can you hear me now? How about that? Okay. Hope this is an easy one. Don Ritchie, Glenview Drive Conservation Commission. I move that the town further extend the expenditure authorization expiration date for the expenditures authorized under Article 28, Conservation Commission Invasive Plant Management of the warrant article 2018 annual town meeting, which was previously extended by Article 2 of the warrant for the 2020 annual town meeting from June 30th, 2022 to June 30th, 2025.
It's been seconded.
All this is money that hasn't been expended for our invasive plant management. COVID set us back a little bit, so we still got projects underway, but we need to extend the money, the time, so we will have the money.
Any discussion? Majority vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? Were you up or not? Okay, that passes unanimously. Article 30 is a citizen's petition.
Sharon McCarthy, East Bear Hill Road. I move the town change Columbus Day to Indigenous Peoples' Day throughout all documents currently in use by the town, including but not limited to holiday schedules for personnel use.
It's been seconded. Any discussion?
Native Americans, the first people to inhabit the area that we know as the United States, have tragically been disenfranchised for much of the nation's history. For example, it wasn't until 1924 that Native Americans were officially granted United States citizenship by the Indian Citizenship Act. Honoring the land we are on and its native peoples is important for several reasons. To counter the doctrine of discovery with the true story of the people who were already here and how their knowledge enabled the Europeans to survive. To support truth-telling and respect for the extraordinary civilizations, to support truth-telling and reconciliation efforts. And third, to offer recognition and respect of the extraordinary civilizations which existed prior to the arrival of the Europeans. Indigenous Peoples Day honors the past, present, and futures of Native peoples throughout the U.S. The name of the holiday recognizes the legacy and impact of colonialism on Native communities as it celebrates the cultures, contributions, and resilience of contemporary Native peoples. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional discussion? Okay. It's a majority vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? This passes by majority. Article 31. Cara, that's you.
Mr. Moderator, I can assure you that this will be the least challenging article.
Do not say that.
Okay. I'm hoping. Cara Minar, Still River Road, Select Board. I move to take no action on this article.
It's been seconded. Any discussion? Majority vote. All those in favor?
I forgot my card.
All those opposed? Really?
Yeah.
Really? Pass by majority.
All right.
Article 32.
Oh, sorry. There you go. Mr. Moderator, I move that the town accept the fiscal year 2023 state funds to be used for reconstruction and improvements of public ways.
It's been seconded. Any discussion? It's majority vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? This passes unanimously. Stu?
Mr. Moderator, Stu Sklar, Scott Road, Chair of Select Board. My last official duty at town meeting as Chair of the Select Board. I move that the 2022 annual town meeting of the Town of Harvard be adjourned to Saturday, October 1st, 2022 at noon at the Bromfield School, and the actions taken on all articles at today's session of the 2022 annual town meeting shall be final.
It's been seconded. All those in favor? All those opposed? Thanks for coming.
Thank you.